Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining the National Center for this webinar focused on victim witness and community intimidation and retaliation. We'll give folks a few more moments to join and we'll start promptly at 9:05 a.m. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started today. Thank you for joining us on this webinar focused on victim witness and community intimidation and retaliation. My name is Richard Washington, and I am a program manager with the National Center for Victims of Crime. Just a few housekeeping items that I would like to note for anyone new to the Zoom platform who may need a 2022 refresher. The chat box can be used to send messages to the entire group, myself, or our IT coordinator if you're having any issues. At the bottom of your screen, you will also see a Q&A box. Please click on this box and type any questions for the presenters throughout the webinar, and we will pose them to the presenter or the section at the end of the webinar or during the QA session. Any questions that we may not have time to address today will be addressed in a follow-up email within a few days following the webinar. Additionally, we will also be sending around an email following this webinar with the PowerPoint, the webinar recording, as well as a link to our feedback survey. Excuse me. Before we go ahead and introduce our panelists for today, I would like to turn things over to Benjamin Carlton from CNA, who will give us some Project Safe Neighborhoods announcements.
Great, thank you, Richard. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ben Carlton, and I am the Project Director for the Project Safe Neighborhoods Training and Technical Assistance Program with CNA's Center for Justice Research and Innovation. We are excited that the PSN TTA program is able to support today's training and extremely pleased with the great turnout today. I want to thank our TTA partner, the National Center for Victims of Crime, for helping plan and coordinate today's training. I also want to thank our great group of speakers who will be leading today's training. The topics that will be covered today are timely and are ones that we hear PSN teams across the country needing additional support with. The PSN Training and Technical Assistance Program is a free resource to all PSN TTA teams, including federal, state, and local partners. We aim to be a resource for PSN teams in their efforts to reduce violent crime. Specifically, we provide support related to strategic planning, performance measurement, research partner support, evidence-based public safety practices, and support for violent crime survivors and witnesses. I encourage you to check out our website at psntta.org, where you can find helpful resources and request TTA. I also encourage you to speak with the PSN coordinator and law enforcement coordinator associated with your district's U.S. Attorney's Office about opportunities to receive training and technical assistance for your organization. With that being said, I would like to thank you all again for attending today and thank the Department of Justice and the Bureau of Justice Assistance for their support of PSN, the TTA program, and today's training. I hope that you find the information presented to be valuable. I will now turn it back over to Richard.
Thank you, Ben. We're going to go ahead and move things along since we do have a tight-packed schedule today. We are joined by a profound group of experts in the field today for this webinar. And I won't go into long bios because we'll probably be on here another 45 minutes. But I did want to take some time to introduce our panel today. In our first section, we will have expertise from Jane Anderson and John Wilkerson, both attorney advisors from Equitas. Following them, we will have a section from Steven Siegel, who is an expert consultant. After lunch today, we will have a section from David Thomas, a program manager with IACP. And then we will wrap things up with no other than Darlene Averick, who is joining us, recently retired from ATF. So just to look through our agenda for today, just to make sure that everyone knows what's going on. We will have our first section from 9:10 a.m. to 11:15 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It will be an introduction to victim witness intimidation and retaliation, as well as some strategies for prosecutors. We will move on to an introduction to victim protection programs from Steven Siegel from 11:15 a.m. to 12:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will open things up for a Q&A session for about 15 minutes from 12:15 to 12:30 p.m. for our first half of our webinar. Following lunch, we will have a section from David Thomas from 1:30 p.m. to 2:45 p.m., who will provide us with some investigative strategies to address victim witness intimidation and retaliation. We have a brief 15-minute break from 2:45 to 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then we will have Darlene close us out for today with a section from 3 o'clock p.m. to 4:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So without further ado, I'll go ahead and turn things over to Jane Anderson and John Wilkerson, who will get us started today. figure out how to stop sharing my screen.
Thanks, Richard. Oh, great. All right. Okay, good morning, everybody. And I think there's somebody from Germany on, so good afternoon to you. Which I saw in the chat, there's a lot of people on from all over the country and outside the country, Canada and at least Germany, which I saw. I'm John Wilkinson. I'm an attorney advisor with Equitas. Equitas is a resource for state and local prosecutors who are combating violent crime, which is every state and local prosecutor. We focus a lot on violence against women crime. So anything related to domestic violence, sexual violence, stalking, human trafficking, anything related to violence against women or gender-based violence. But we address or respond to all crimes of violence and try and assist state and local prosecutors, and frankly, anyone else who reaches out to us. We don't just work with prosecutors, we work with police, advocates, medical, mental health, judges, and anybody who's engaged in this work. And today, myself and my colleague, Jane Anderson, are going to talk about witness intimidation and some of the things we see and some of the strategies from the prosecution perspective, how we can respond. Equitas, as I mentioned, we're a resource. We have a lot of information. Please check out our website. You can see webinars that we've done, other publications. Prosecutors or anyone can reach out to us via email or call us if they want to talk over a case. We're happy to do that. I think we have 7 former prosecutors on our staff, all with backgrounds prosecuting violent crime cases. We do a lot of training, and so we're happy to be here with National Center for Victims of Crime and CNA. Thank you for having us. And we partner with a lot of folks, including some of the other presenters on this topic, but other organizations as well. You can follow us on Twitter if you care to. And we're supported by the Office on Violence Against Women at the Department of Justice. And we're also supported by the Bureau of Justice Assistance in our Innovative Prosecution Solutions grant, which works with about 60 different prosecutors' offices around the country on violent crime strategies. We give fair use attribution to some of the materials. We've learned a lot from others, and we bring our own experience to the table as well. Jane, you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, thanks, John. Thanks for all of you for being on today. This is a topic that I think comes up more than we even realize in cases across the board. I'm a former prosecutor, having started my career at the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office. So we were a very large office of 250 plus prosecutors. And for the first year of my career, all I did was work in a dedicated misdemeanor domestic violence unit where I prosecuted cases involving assault, battery, stalking, and violations of protection orders. And this is really where I started seeing just the pervasiveness of witness intimidation in also all of its different forms, which I really hope we get into today. I've been with Equitas for about 7.5 years, and I focus a lot of my work on human trafficking, which is another one of those crimes where we should just assume intimidation and retaliation is happening. And so thinking about ahead of time, the strategies, not only to identify it, but then how can we use it to our almost, I don't want to say benefit, but how to sort of turn it around on the perpetrator and implement some prosecution strategies to be able to still hold these offenders accountable. So looking forward to this day dedicated to one of, I think, I don't want to say my favorite topics, but I think there's a lot of great strategies out there, and looking at the co-presenters today, I know you guys will all have some great takeaways.
Thanks, Jane. And so I'm John Wilkinson, as I mentioned. I'm a former assistant Commonwealth's attorney, which is what you call prosecutors in Virginia, from the Fredericksburg area. Jane and I present together a lot, and we sort of always like to sort of compare and contrast. She came from a big office, Miami. I forget how, like close to 300 prosecutors
Yeah, about
in
that.
our office. And I came from little Fredericksburg where there were 4 prosecutors in the office. So my experience may be a little different, but not really that different. And when it comes to intimidation and some of the strategies we're going to talk about, it doesn't matter. Anybody can do these things, right? Sometimes we think large offices have tons of resources and are going to be able to tackle these problems much more effectively, more programming, things like that. I think there's advantages to a small office too. I just kind of knew everybody in our community, so you could just easily pick up a phone and call somebody and just say, "Hey, what's going on?" So in Fredericksburg, when I was an assistant Commonwealth attorney, because we were a small office, you tried everything, right? It's everything from traffic offenses to first-degree murder. But I focused a lot on domestic violence, homicide, sexual violence, and I was on our sexual assault response team. I also tried a lot of drug crime and gun crime as well, just given the nature of the crime issues in our community. And so those are crimes that we see a lot of intimidation associated with, as Jane was pointing out. And we didn't back then have a human trafficking unit or anything, and Jane started their first one in Miami. But I know we were running into those folks and we just weren't seeing it at the time, and probably were prosecuting victims of human trafficking back then and not recognizing what might be going on, particularly related to witness intimidation. So you'll have a couple of good perspectives from very different office settings, but I think similar responses to going after these crimes. So some of the things that we're going to talk about today is collaborating with allied professionals to maintain victim safety and achieve justice. And not just for witness intimidation, but frankly, for all crimes, collaboration is key. If you're going to go at these things effectively, the closer police and prosecutors work, the closer we involve, or the more we involve advocates in this work and other allied professionals, the better outcomes we're going to have. Working together just makes everything a lot better. A lot of my experience comes from working in our sexual assault response team, or SART, where it was myself, our lead detective on rape cases, our rape crisis folks, and our sexual assault nurse examiners from the local hospital. Just met once a month and talked over these cases, and it just so dramatically improved my understanding of how these crimes work, what my other allied professionals were doing, what they could do, what they couldn't do. And they learned from me as well. And my education level about these crimes really went through the roof. And so I can't encourage people enough to collaborate and work closely with others. And Jane, I know when you were doing not just the human trafficking work, but you had to work with others to be effective in human trafficking, right?
I mean, that's where the spike in how we were able to address the cases, there was such a learning curve. And it wasn't until we started talking to folks that had been working with the population for, decades and decades, and we just weren't seeing it. We were really behind the curve. And it was the collaborative nature of the work that all of a sudden allowed us really to be successful, because we learned from them, we had strategies, and then they also helped us build relationships with folks that maybe were less inclined to feel like they had a place in the criminal justice system to disclose and to participate. So very key. And I think when we talk about witness intimidation, generally, we have to do it through that lens of, do the folks that are being intimidated feel like law enforcement and prosecutors are their best, way to deal with this? Or are we also partnering with those community advocates and people that have trust within communities and sort of build upon pre-existing relationships and demonstrate really that the criminal justice system can provide this more holistic response to victims and witnesses and communities that experience intimidation and retaliation?
Yeah, it's such a great point about working closely with others who then can vouch for you in the rest of the community or amongst their stakeholders, which we don't always have easy access to, things like that. And so I just think that's a great point and another key for collaboration. The other thing we'll talk about today is how we're going to identify the crime of witness intimidation, preserve the evidence of intimidation, and then admit that evidence at trial, or how we're going to use that evidence to advance our case. That's our final thing too. How are we going to do this to enhance our prosecution? So evidence of witness intimidation can be used in lots of different ways to improve our case, move the ball forward in our prosecution, and hopefully hold some of these offenders accountable. So those are just some of the things we'll talk about today. So when we say a witness intimidation, what are we talking about? If folks want to chat anything that they think of when I say witness intimidation, what image comes to your mind, or what are you thinking about when we say witness intimidation? What is included in that? It could be, so threats we see in the chat, which is what I typically think of: stalking, bullying, blame, threatening, pressure to not participate. So these are going to fly by pretty quickly because it's a big group. Coercion, causing fear, harassment, immigration threats, using family members, gaslighting, warning,
Actually paying someone off. I saw that. Yeah.
phone calls,
Dissemination of shameful material. These folks are on top of it, and our
Body
colleagues at Spark
Body-
would be so happy for them to mention stalking.
third parties, mobbing, taking away support for kids. This is like this is like way over the top. And normally we don't have 600 participants, so this is fantastic. Taking away service animals. So you got community shaming. You guys are hitting everything. So when we talk about witness intimidation, what I typically think, or the image that normally comes right to mind, is some sort of threat or violence or threat of violence, things like that. But it is much broader, and it includes lots of things. And then cyberbullying and financial control, all those power and control dynamics that we see in domestic violence, all of those things that are used, social media shaming. You guys have hit all these things. So it's a very big umbrella. It is not just the threats and violence that we might normally think of. It could be anything. It could be the "I love you, please don't come to court. If you don't come to court, they can't convict me." So, you know, it can be a lot of different things. And so we want to keep a very broad view as to what might include intimidation. And this is a definition that Equitas, on one of our projects, we came up with just to be as expansive as possible when we're talking about witness intimidation. So it's anything done with the intention or purpose of preventing or altering a witness's testimony or report to law enforcement, or to retaliate against a witness for such testimony or report. So it can be anything. It can be all of those things that you all were listing off there. And it could be things that we normally wouldn't think are awful things, but are just things that people do, the sort of "I love you" stuff that might happen in some of these cases. So keep a very broad view to what is witness intimidation, so that we don't miss anything, and that we're sharing any information that we have related to intimidation with our allied partners.
And I think it's important just to note here, we're talking about sort of the behavioral definition and not necessarily what your individual statutes might look like. So I think we're going to share the federal statute, but every state, every, territory is going to have their own definition. And some of them are really written with this behavioral definition in mind, and they're broad and expansive. And other ones you're going to see are very narrowly tailored and may only address something that is a direct threat of harm or bodily harm. So you want to look at what your statute is, but then you also want to figure out what other statutes might address this type of behavior. You guys mentioned stalking, extortion, as far as, if you don't do this, I'm going to release these photos, or that might be under some sort of statute dealing with the non-consensual distribution of intimate images. So you got to figure out what your tool bag is and not just rely fully on your intimidation statute or your tampering statute, because oftentimes we find that they are very narrowly written, but you still have other tools in your tool belt.
Yeah, that's a great point. And criminal charges aren't the only way we're going to use this evidence. So it's still going to be important, even if we can't charge a particular, an I love you may not be supported in your statute for intimidation or something else. But it might be an important piece of evidence for me at my trial to explain maybe why my victim didn't appear. Well, we know that she got these messages or these jail phone calls or what have you from the defendant saying, I love you, please don't come to court, things like that. May not constitute a crime under our statute, but it's going to be evidence that I can use. So I definitely want to know about that. So we just threw up one of the federal statutes on witness intimidation as an example. Every jurisdiction should have some form of this. And as Jane pointed out, it's really the key is going to be, what does your jurisdiction statute encompass? What behavior does it encompass? And is it prohibited by the statute? Or do we need to look at other statutes? Or is it not going to be a criminal charge, but we can still use that evidence in other ways to advance our case? And so the fairly typical thing would be someone who kills or attempts to kill someone to prevent their attendance or their testimony, prevent them from producing evidence, prevent communication to law enforcement. And so anything like that, we want to think about, will it come in under our statute? If anybody wants to know what their statute encompasses, just let us know. We're happy to do the research for you and send it to you. So just that's one of the things we do. There's no cost to we're funded by the Department of Justice to do these things, so there's no cost to you. So you can just reach out to us. Our contact is at the end of the presentation. So the first part of the statute covers killing someone or attempting to kill someone. The next one would be using physical force or threat of physical force against someone to influence them, delay them, or prevent their testimony, withhold testimony or records, or alter, destroy, mutilate evidence, things like that. All the things that you can think. Evade legal process, so trying to get someone not to be available to come to court, be absent from an official proceeding, or hinder or delay or prevent that communication with law enforcement. And then last, whoever knowingly uses intimidation, threatens, or corruptly persuades. So they have this interesting language in the federal statute that just talks about persuading someone to do something wrong. Corruptly persuades. There has to be an intention to get them to do something wrong, to delay or prevent that testimony, withhold the record, or alter or destroy evidence. And so this statute, I think, is a little more broad than maybe a lot of other state statutes, although it just depends on your state. Some of them have more broad, inclusive behavior covered, and some do not. Evade the legal process, be absent from the proceeding, hinder, delay. So those are the typical things. And then there's retaliation is the other one. So, and we don't want to forget about that, right? Obviously, we're concerned as prosecutors up front. We want our witness to come to court. We want them to testify. We want them to be safe during that period. And a lot of times, though, and I think Steve Siegel, who's going to talk after us, might go into this. As a prosecutor, once that case is over, I forget about the witness and what might be happening. And I don't want to do that because there could be retaliation that's going on. And it's basically the retaliation statute covers all the things that the intimidation statute on the front side covers. So whether you're going to kill someone to keep them from attending, providing information to law enforcement, use physical force, threats, things like that to prevent them from attending, or sharing information to law enforcement. So all of those things are covered. Some of the strategies that we want to think about as we're combating witness intimidation is we think about how folks are intimidated and where they're intimidated and what can we do to make folks safer. And then when this does happen, how can we gather that information so that we can use it in our case? And so one of the first things we want to do is educate victims about witness intimidation and about the value of the evidence that may fall in their lap, right? They're the target, they're the ones being intimidated. So they're likely to be in possession of that evidence of intimidation. And they may not understand that it's important. In a domestic violence relationship, for example, that kind of power and control or intimidation that the abuser tries to exercise over their victim may be their life day in, day out, and it may not seem unusual to them, but it could be important evidence for us if we're trying to prosecute that abuser for an act of domestic violence. We also want to identify those places or opportunities where abusers or defendants intimidate their victims. And so when we think about witness intimidation, it could happen in any crime, right? But it's most closely associated, or we see it regularly anyway, in gang, gun, drug crime, and domestic violence and human trafficking crimes. That's where we see witness intimidation on a regular basis. It's the bread and butter of those criminals and how they kind of evade accountability through this kind of intimidation and the wide variety, from violent things to all the way to the I love you, please don't come to court stuff. So if we know that, what can we do to make victims and witnesses safer, and how can we reduce those opportunities for those individuals to intimidate? And so we'll talk a little bit about that and figure out some strategies there. We also want to preserve the evidence of intimidation, and we want to think about how we can preserve that evidence, how we're going to collect it, and how we're going to preserve it. Even though victims may be the ones who fall into possession, or the evidence falls in their lap, they are in receipt of it because they're the target. I don't want my victim to be an investigator. I want them to stay safe. I don't want them to look for that evidence. If they come into possession of it, turn it over to us, and we'll also proactively look for that evidence. And so we'll talk a little bit about that. And then we want to charge intimidation crimes where we can, because I think a lot of times we don't think about that charge in our domestic violence cases. Well, of course, he's going to be talking to you, and of course, he's going to try and persuade you. It might constitute a crime. He might be threatening. It might be a veiled threat. It might be a coded threat, a code that the victim knows quite well. And we don't understand the impact of whatever it is that the defendant might be saying or doing to that victim. And so the more we know about it, the better we can address it. And if it does constitute a crime, we want to charge that crime. We'll talk a little bit about that. And then the last one is we want to use the evidence of intimidation effectively in our cases so that we know that we are using that evidence additionally to explain things. It might demonstrate a consciousness of guilt. It might show that this is a particularly terrible defendant. It might explain the absence of a victim, and it might support other motions that we'll talk about as we go through. And we will be sharing the PowerPoint. I think Richard said that they'll send out the recording of the presentation and the PowerPoint. And I see somebody wants to know the Georgia statute, so we'll make sure. I don't know if we can capture that email.
I just copied it, so we'll try to get back to you. But probably the best thing to do so that we remember all this is to send us an email, and we can get back to all you guys. Most of those we probably already have pulled, so it's just a matter of getting it to you.
Thanks. Maybe I shouldn't have said that in the upfront.
I know. I'm like, oh no, John.
And this is Rachel. We'll make sure everyone gets, if there's questions that don't get answered during this timeline, we'll pull those together and share with the presenters, and then send that follow-up to the attendees as well, to make sure no one feels stressed that you all don't have to capture it and that their questions don't get answered.
Awesome.
Thanks, Rachel. This quote is from a study. I think we're going to refer to it a couple of times as we work through the material. Meet me at the hill where we used to park. And it's really looking at how intimidation occurs in domestic violence cases, intimate partner violence cases. And they, during the course of this study, what they did is they listened to a lot of jail phone calls. And I'm sure those of you who do this work, you understand, probably have listened to those calls as well, and what sort of almost a gold mine they can be of evidence. But they also, you can get a sense of what are these strategies employed by perpetrators. And in here they, identified what we've really talked about already, which is that there are these sophisticated, it's not just I love you right off the bat. It's a sophisticated sort of process of emotionally appealing to the victim, to the family, and also with this intention, not only to say don't come, but also to sort of minimize their actions and gain the sympathy of the victim by portraying themselves as the victim. And it's this process that it occurs in. And I think we'll go through a little bit of that in a second.
And so all the techniques that they're at their disposal, they're going to use, right? Power and control is for those not familiar with it, are the dynamics that cover folks in domestic violence relationships, abusive relationships. There's all sorts of elements to power and control that these abusers use to exert control over their significant other and make sure that they don't reach out to law enforcement, things like that. Witness intimidation is also going to be powerful tool, and it's on the power and control wheel. So it's one of the elements that is regularly used. And then force, fraud, and coercion are part of all of these things. We think about that closely associated with human trafficking, but it happens in all these crimes. And that's how these guys get away with this stuff.
And I think what can be helpful is when we're trying to say, okay, let's try to be proactive. Let's try to identify witness intimidation and almost be ready for it. One of the things that you can do is you can look at, in these cases of domestic violence, where we really have this power and control being the center of offender tactics. And in human trafficking, force, fraud, and coercion is the means that they're perpetrating their crime. If we can identify how they're perpetrating their crime, we can also kind of preview what tactic they're going to use for witness intimidation. So as somebody mentioned in the chat, threats about immigration. Well, that didn't just come up when it came to witness intimidation. That more than likely was a form of abuse that was used during the course of their intimate partner relationship or in the course of a human trafficking enterprise. So if that's part and parcel of the underlying criminal activity, we will know that the offender will continue to use that tactic. So if financial control, which we know is present in upwards of 85% of intimate partner violence cases, well, we can expect that the witness intimidation is going to look a lot like that, with threats of, how are you going to pay the rent? How are you going to take care of our children if I'm not able to do that for you? So we can kind of prepare ourselves if we collaborate and work with our victims and our victim advocates and partners to sort of dive a little bit deeper into what the underlying crime and relationship look like. And then we can preview that for witness intimidation.
Yeah, so those are great points too. And it prompted a question. What if you were not in a relationship with a person, but they are trying to force you to be in a relationship with them? And so I think at least my initial response would be, this is probably somebody who uses these tactics regularly in their relationships, and they're maybe using them to force you to be in that relationship. And it might also be something that is going to evolve maybe from a domestic relationship into a human trafficking relationship, depending on what's going on. Jenny, did you have any thoughts on that one?
I was just going to say that would be a situation where I'd really want to look into that, offender suspect's background, because oftentimes this behavior is something that maybe escalates or they've done before. So that's a partnership with investigators and looking at, not maybe just criminal history, but civil protection order history. You may be able to dive a little bit deeper and figure out, okay, what is the pattern of behavior for this particular offender? And that would probably give you a lot of information.
Yeah. And then there's another comment about this happening in elder abuse cases, and that we maybe don't focus on it as much. And I think that's a great point, because sometimes these crimes and these behaviors are just much more subtle. And when you're working with a vulnerable population, say as an elder population, a vulnerable adult, the methods of being able to control that person or being able to threaten or intimidate them become broader and maybe less clear to us, because they know the things that they can do to instill fear in that person. I'll leave you, you'll be alone. Who's going to take care of you? Who's going to help you use the bathroom? Who's going to manage your finances? And so we should have an eye toward those things.
Yeah, I really appreciate that being brought up. And just to expand about it, when victims and offenders know one another, when there's any type of pre-existing relationship, there's just much more likely that that offender knows enough to press the right buttons or make the threat that they know that person has the biggest fear of. So in elder abuse, oftentimes we'll see it where it'll be, well, you can't stay in your own home and you'll have to go to some place, you can't stay there. So anytime somebody knows you on that level, you're going to have these techniques being used, these emotional pleas being used. And so that's sometimes, on the other side of the guns and the drugs and the gang crime, where in those cases, they know probably the community and they know the neighborhood and they know a lot of people. And so it looks a little bit different, but really it's anytime somebody has that sort of knowledge of the victim and their vulnerabilities and their fears, then the offender is going to, of course, sort of take advantage of that.
And the other thing is, I think this evidence, and I think Jane alluded to this, is that, say in a domestic violence case, having some of the evidence of the things that this individual does to control them, whether it's the financial control or just different things, the classic one that I always think of is the abuser who regularly checks the odometer on the car so that they know the victim just goes to work and home and goes nowhere else. That is not a crime itself, but that's powerful evidence that would help me explain to a judge or a jury that this is not just an argument that went bad, but this is about power and control. This is an abusive relationship. And so identifying this type of information is really important because we can definitely use that. Doesn't necessarily mean it's automatically going to come into trial, but if I don't know about it, it's definitely not coming in. And I can create an argument or make an argument to explain to the court why this is relevant and why it's important to demonstrate that this isn't just a fight, this is something else. I think people recognize from those types of evidence that financial control, isolation, other things, checking on the odometer, that control, that this is not a typical relationship, something else is going on, and that's going to help us get that conviction for the real behavior that's going on. And then someone mentioning it happens in child abuse cases as well, may intimidate family members to get the child to recant, or they disappear, things like that. And that's also very true. It happens in all these crimes. So our first strategy we want to talk about is how are we going to educate the victims about intimidation? We want to talk to them about witness intimidation just to make sure that they're aware of it and that it could be important evidence. And so we want to know what's going on as the case is progressing. And, we anticipate that once an arrest is made, that's when the perpetrators may start their intimidation process, or as we get closer to trial. So different folks in the system might be meeting with a victim at different points. As prosecutors, we're meeting with them closer to the end as we're getting ready to try the case. And so I just want to have conversations with them, as should everyone else who's working with victims, about witness intimidation. What is has the perpetrator contacted you? Has anybody contacted you about this case? What are they saying to you? Are they making it difficult for you? Do you feel like it would be difficult for you to come to court or testify? So we want to keep an eye on that because that can be helpful to us. We also want to advise the victim on what to expect. A lot of times, folks, particularly if you're a victim or a witness to some sort of gang violence in a particular neighborhood, folks might feel very afraid to come forward because they know the stop snitching mentality, and there could be potential retaliation based on that cooperation or participation in the case. So it's difficult for them to come forward, but there may not be a real credible threat going on right at that time. And so we want to keep them grounded, figure out, what's really going on. If there's something going on, we want to respond immediately, treat it seriously, and we want to keep them safe as we can, with advice and help on how to maintain their safety, both as they go and come from work, school, wherever they're going, and online. As more and more people live their lives virtually, we want to make sure that we are keeping them safe everywhere they go.
And I think we need to also tell them what to expect, because while we're talking about, and you guys are coming up with all these great examples of how intimidation actually occurs, a victim may be thinking, oh, well, intimidation is when, I wake up to a horse head next to me in bed, and chat the movie reference, if you guys got that one, might be dating myself a little bit, but they may not know that we want to know about the other types of intimidation or the other emotional pleas or tactics that the defendant or the defendant's family or friends are using. Nice job, guys.
Oops.
It was The Godfather. I don't know
Yeah,
who
no,
got that first, but I'm glad I wasn't the only one.
That's
And we
great.
also, much like in our cases of stalking, unfortunately, the victims are often the ones that have the evidence that we need to preserve, right? So we need to let them know simple ways to preserve evidence, including just, screenshots on their phones, or now you can actually, do screen recordings on your phone and to capture, a string of emails, or there's other apps that allow you to sort of do multiple screenshots and stitch them together. So you're demonstrating that you're not, leaving out key pieces of a conversation. So lots of easy ways that victims and witnesses can preserve this evidence. And unfortunately, sometimes it's really going to be, we're going to rely on them to do that, whether it be, recording a voicemail or taking those screenshots or whatever it is. So having that conversation, and then also letting them know who their point of contact can be when they're not in immediate danger, right? So calling 911 obviously is always what we need to be recommending when somebody feels unsafe and in danger. But if it's, a series of missed calls that they show on their phone, and they don't really feel like, especially if this is part and parcel of a relationship they've sort of, lived with for a while, they may not think to preserve that, or they may not think they don't want to call 911, but they still want to let us know. And we need to let them know we want to know. So a point of contact where they can just say, hey, I got a bunch of text messages last night. Can I come by and show you this? Or can I send you this screenshot? But we also don't want to be minimizing any contact that they are receiving by the offender. So that's a sort of the balancing test there of making sure they know that any contact can be potentially dangerous. And oftentimes, especially if they know the victim, they're sometimes the best barometer of their own safety.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And that last one's tricky because I feel like sometimes we do things in our own jurisdictions that are just sort of standard practice, like, oh, I'll call the defense attorney and tell him to tell his client to stop and stuff. But you really want to respond, and we'll talk about things that we can do to respond to these things. If somebody's trying to get at your witness or your victim, we need to respond forcefully. And I think we should take all of these seriously, and think about bringing it back to the court's attention, things like that, particularly if there's been an order of no contact, et cetera. So we definitely want to not put victims at risk. Safety is the first thing and foremost. And I just always think, and of course, from my own practice, I think just sometimes we would put the safety of our case ahead of the safety of our victims sometimes. And we never want to do that. Safety might mean, the victim safety might mean maybe we have to make tough decisions about if we're going to be able to go forward or not, because it's such a dangerous situation. Going forward is almost always going to be the best course, but you might have a case that's unusual and it might be safer not to go forward. We want to connect our victims with the services to help educate and engage them in that safety planning. I think our advocate support folks do a great job in the safety planning area. I want to check in with victims. As the prosecutor, I might be interviewing a victim prior to trial, which is coming up, and maybe they haven't revisited their safety plan in a while, and maybe circumstances have changed. So I definitely want to check in and see, has anything changed? Do you still feel okay? Do you have a plan if things go bad? Do you have ways to keep yourself safe, either in place, or do we need to move you somewhere if we have those resources available? And we need to figure out if they have that ability or willingness to relocate. And Steve's going to talk a little bit more about that. But some folks don't want to relocate, and what can we do to keep them safe in place? And those that do want to relocate, how can we accomplish that? Do we have a program, or do we have resources in spite of not having a program that we can still leverage to help folks? The last one of this, and Steve's going to talk about this, and this is taken straight from my working with Steve Siegel for years now, is to support that lifestyle change that the victim may want to make to be safer. So it's one thing if you have a witness relocation program or a witness protection program that you're going to help somebody and move them. It's easy to just say, okay, we're going to move you over here, and now you're good and safe and on your own. But it's tough for someone to just pick up and go to another place, and us to expect them to just do fine there. So we might need to support them with the lifestyle change. They're not going to be able to re-engage with their community that they've known maybe their whole lives, or the folks that they've normally hung out with, because that might put them in danger. And so we have to think about, is this reasonable? Is this something somebody can accomplish without help? So this is a witness intimidation brochure that we're happy to share with anybody. We have a template, so you can create one for your own jurisdiction and include the information you want to include. But it's just something to help people understand what might be happening to them now that they are a victim or a witness in a crime, and the crimes that we see it closely associated with, what you should do. Call 911 if you're in any kind of danger. Call your detective. Call victim witness services. Call the state's attorney. Whatever it might be. And then the important tip here in the blue shaded box: be sure to save any emails, text messages, voicemails, or other evidence of intimidation, because that could be helpful to us. This was done at the Baltimore State's Attorney's office, and they produced it in both English and Spanish, and hard copies, and there's an online version, and it lists a lot of their services that they have, so that people are aware if you need court accompaniment, or if you need a ride to court, if you need someone to escort you from the parking garage or what have you to the courtroom, or are you going to meet at the prosecutor's office, which may be in the courthouse or maybe in a separate location, and then we'll escort you over. So it has a whole bunch of different things in there, and is helpful for folks who might be going through this.
And this is one that was created by the Denver City Attorney's Office, so with the same purpose, to let folks know what to expect and what resources are out there. I like this one because it's geared towards intimate partner violence cases, and it actually has quotes as if this is the offender speaking. And so we've definitely heard that victims who have read this, they may not, when they first get the brochure, like kind of put it away, and then they start receiving those jail phone calls, or they start hearing from the offender, and the offender is literally saying exactly what is on this brochure, or very near one. And so this one I really like. When I worked in Miami, when I found this resource, I just left the office and I sent it to my colleagues in Miami, and they actually sort of redid this, but for language appropriate to trafficking cases. And so I think, the Denver City Attorney's Office is very generous with this. And so this might be something of interest to you as well. We have the link here in the materials for you.
Oh, and this is the second page. And the Denver one is available online as well. And Denver, you you would have to sort of copy it on your own. The intimidation brochure, we have a template, so you can just fill in your own information on it. So we'll share that with Richard and Rachel, and they can share it with others. And then, so we had talked about, you want to do this, Jane?
Yeah, sorry. This is from that quote, and we talked about the jail phone calls, meet me at the hill where we used to park. I always get that inverted. So they actually saw this sort of 5-step process that was really replicated in these calls and in these relationships. And what they found is that at the beginning, the first contact, perhaps the victim is still very resolved and strong and maybe kind of pushing back on what the defendant is saying. And this could be, if you're an investigator out there, this may be familiar to you. Some people call this the golden hour, where a victim has maybe something acute has happened in the home, some violent situation. And the victim at that point is feeling strong and resolved and is willing to disclose more than they would be sort of later on in the case where this is happening, right? So the next step is that the offender starts minimizing the abuse and starts casting themselves as a victim. This happens in many different ways. It may be, blaming alcohol, or blaming the victim. It may be casting themselves as a victim for having to still be in jail. But then eventually what happens is that this sort of pivoting happens, and now it becomes, they don't understand us. Nobody knows us. Only we know us and our family. So then we start seeing the victim sort of aligning themselves with the offender, and it then becomes, lie for me, it's us against the world. And then there's the developing of the plan. And that can be anything from, don't show up, to, go down to the court and file a null pros affidavit, or, whatever you would call it, to quote, drop charges, or, say you started it, or maybe, make it so that it's a self-defense claim, whatever that plan is. But it sort of goes along this pattern. And again, I think that this is something that victims might really align themselves, much like that Denver, where they have the actual quotes. This is also something that I think, working with victims, and especially those that, we're now engaging with as survivor advocates and as survivors who have now gained a lot of professional experience doing this work, they would share, yeah, I would see this and I would see myself in this. And perhaps that's a way for us to, work with, or have our victim service professional allies work with victims so that they can be prepared. And so that when they start seeing this, they go, I know what this is. This is actually another tactic that's being used.
Yeah, this is great. There's a couple of quick questions I just wanted to touch on, particularly this first one about coercive control, which I know my answer would riff off of things I've heard Jane say about human trafficking. And particularly, so this is something that we have to pay attention to in the legal system and as prosecutors, because the first thing we're going to have to do, say in a human trafficking case, is to explain to that jury, or get them thinking that this doesn't mean these people are handcuffed or behind bars. These guys are able to control them without doing that. And so you've got to get them on that page very quickly. And the second question about someone who's reached out, who was a convicted felon who murdered your nephew, that to me is absolutely someone who's trying to somehow garner control over you by reaching out via Facebook and asking you to be a friend. That is something that person should be blocked and shouldn't be allowed to do that. But Jane, did you want to weigh in on either of those?
No, I just wanted to share that we actually have been addressing the sort of change in language, yet it is, I think, part and parcel of the original power and control wheel that was developed by the Duluth Project. Subsequent to that original wheel, a lot of people have been adapting it and adding to it. And there's like one that's really focused on digital and electronic control, others that are for particular populations. And there's another one that's called the maze of coercive control that goes to what you're talking about. And we recently at Equitas recorded a quick 1-hour training on capturing coercive control in our charging strategies. So I welcome you to look for that on our website. I think it literally went live last night. So we are kind of making sure we're thinking of that as well. And just expanding on some of the OG work that was done back then.
All right, so how are we going to reduce opportunities for intimidation? So how are we going to get ahead of this and be more proactive? And so one of the things we want to do is, again, be engaged with our victims and listen to what their safety concerns are. And remember that if you're working collaboratively, you probably have a good in with victims through your advocacy, your community-based advocacy folks in particular, whether system-based also, but the community-based folks really get the information from the victims sort of raw, because they know these folks are just here to support them. Everything they say is confidential. So they couldn't share with us that victim A told me X, but they could share with us, hey, a lot of our victims don't like coming to court because everybody's thrown into the same waiting area and they feel threatened while they're waiting there. Okay, so is there something we can do with that about that? Or that they don't, the police make them do X when they're interviewing them and it makes them uncomfortable, whatever it might be. So we want to find out what they're experiencing and see if we can't improve our response. We also want to engage with our allied partners, allied professionals, to assist with whatever we can, transportation, accompanying to the courthouse, which we talked about. Most important, I think we want to focus on court personnel. Are they trained to recognize intimidation that's going on? I think anybody who's either been a prosecutor or an officer or a witness at court or an advocate supporting folks at court, court clerk or a judge recognizes or knows that intimidation is happening at the courthouse. And sometimes it's happening in the courtroom while a witness is on the stand. So how can we respond to that better? One, do we have a response protocol? Do court personnel know they should be documenting anything that they see happening, bringing it to the court's attention so we can exclude that person properly from the courtroom and put it on the record so that we have a record of what happened and it'll protect the case overall. And of course, we want to use those spaces in our courthouse that can help us keep witnesses safe, witness rooms where we typically meet with, but the defense also meets with folks. Can we use some of those to keep people protected in these places?
So John, one of the questions that came through the chat was, or maybe it was a comment, was sort of talking about now that so many of these court hearings are via Zoom and online, and how that actually may provide additional opportunities for intimidation. And in fact, I think kind of early on, there was a case that I saw that made the national news, where it was a domestic violence case. I don't know, I can't remember if it was civil or criminal, but they actually had on camera, as the victim was there, they had the offender sort of come onto camera and do this intimidation on the camera. Now that was obviously very overt and everyone saw it, and that wasn't so smart, but you can imagine that these additional opportunities beyond the physical space that we're talking about here, and how we might be addressing that and thinking about that as more and more places are continuing to do, even, and may continue to do forever, some online hearings.
Yeah, and so, right, as technology expands and as court practices expand, and, assuming there is a post-COVID world, some of these things that we've adapted are going to stay, because some of them have proven to be very helpful in accommodating folks and getting them there. But we do want to think about that online safety aspect and how we can make sure that folks are able to stay safe, whether it's, I'm going to direct chat on Zoom somebody and threaten them that way and hope that it isn't captured or something like that. So those are important considerations, and just educating not just court personnel, but our judges as well. I just think most of our judges would be really concerned if crimes were being committed in their courtroom, right under their nose. And I mean, I know they kind of know that's happening, but if we do a good job of identifying it, documenting it, and bringing it to their attention immediately, I think the response will be much more effective. And we also want to pay attention to individual cases where this is happening or likely to happen, or we have intelligence that says a lot of members of this gang we think are going to come attend this trial today, and they're going to show up en masse and make it tough for our victims and witnesses. And so maybe if we can present this information to the court and say, we need some extra security measures for this particular courtroom on this particular day. One of the things that is regularly recommended is to have an ID check before someone enters the courtroom, and just saying, hey, we want to identify who's coming in, and here's why we want to do that. Here's why it's necessary in this case, Your Honor, because we have reason to believe these things are going to happen. And if the court allows that or orders it, that might deter a lot of folks from coming in because they just don't want to share their identification, or they might be wanted or something like that. So we do want to take time and attention and think about how we can make those victims and witnesses safer at the courthouse. It just sends a terrible message to victims and witnesses that if they're at a courthouse with judge, bailiffs, police, prosecutors, advocates, and they still don't feel safe, it just makes it tough. So we want to do what we can to reinforce those areas that we have very strong control over.
And the case law that actually addressed if requiring someone to provide identification before entering the courtroom, if that infringed upon the constitutional right to a public forum, the court, first off, it was upheld that was not an improper infringement on that right. But the court actually said, this type of intimidation, it thrives with anonymity. And we know that because of how much the internet is now used to do that, because the internet provides, at least in part, this shield of anonymity. So anytime we can do something that's within the constitutional sort of framework to bring things out of anonymity, that's one way to always be addressing witness intimidation. And I'll put that case law in the chat for you, Arcelia.
We want to ensure that the safety planning includes that tech safety because folks will get at folks online. The National Network to End Domestic Violence has a great online safety program. If you go to their website, nnedv.org, they have great resources there. If there's going to be an interview with the defense, as a prosecutor, we cannot interfere with the defense access to witnesses in the case, but a victim or witness has the right to not talk to the defense if they don't want to. If they do want to, they might just want the prosecution present. They can have anybody present they want. It might be an advocate, it might be somebody else, but we can be present if they're uncomfortable talking to the defense on their own. And then where there's that history of intimidation or tampering, this is what we've been talking about. We'll ask for additional security measures, say at the courthouse, make a record before the judge so that the judge is very comfortable saying, yes, I'm going to order that based on the evidence that you have provided me. What my old boss became a judge, and he said, the judge is the most powerless person in the system because if you as the prosecutor don't bring me the evidence, there's nothing I can do. That's his, I never really agreed with that, but that was his take on it. And so I think Steve Siegel's going to talk a little bit about relocation and how that works, but do we have a formal relocation program? If we don't, do we have other resources? Does our housing authority, could they help us? in relocating folks that are using public housing? Can we use victim compensation funds to argue that these individuals should be reimbursed for the cost of relocating because they're a victim of a crime, they've been threatened, or there's a credible threat against them, and we think they need some help. And then there's the Federal Victims of Crime Act funding as well. And then if you have a formal program, what are the parameters of it? Are you familiar with it? And can you take advantage of it? If you don't, is there a way to convince your state or your locality that we should dedicate some funds to formal relocation?
And I wanted to comment on, in the chat, somebody earlier had said, when this financial control and then these financial tactics are used, we need to be prepared to also figure out, okay, that's a real, it's a pervasive tactic because it's an effective one, right? So really making sure we have an understanding, or at least our partners have an understanding of how the compensation programs work, both on a state level, on a federal level. Also, what other partnerships can you have in your community when you may have something as simple as, I need to move, or I need to have some time to find a job, or this sort of just dearth of financial support. And so I think as a prosecutor, I sort of knew the brochure that had the Victims Compensation Fund information that was in my office, but I didn't really know all of the resources that were available, both through the system and through the community. And when I started doing the trafficking work, we were building that response at the same time. And I started learning about all of these opportunities for folks to sort of connect with different service providers within the community to fill a lot of those gaps. And so just knowing the lay of your land is really important.
Yeah, it's another advertisement for collaboration, because one of the things I found is that our community-based advocates can do a tremendous amount of work that I don't have to do. Like, they can take a lot of steps and to connect people with services and help them through navigate systems and things like that, like I typically don't have time or familiarity with. And it's just great when you have those partners working with you. All right, so how are we going to identify witness intimidation, and then how are we going to combat it? So we've talked about, it could happen in any crime, but we know the crimes that it's typically going to happen in: domestic violence, gang, gun, drug, human trafficking cases. So let's be prepared in those cases that there's going to be intimidation, and what are we going to do about it? So we want to talk with our victims about it, educate them about what to do if things happen, and find out about the history that might have occurred, say, in a domestic violence case. What do we know has happened previously that's going to educate us about this crime, or help us prove this crime, because we can use that prior evidence in this case as well. And then monitoring jail phone calls is so important. I know it is a bit time consuming and often unpleasant to have to listen to some of the conversations, but you can find a lot of great information on these jail phone calls, even though the defendants know that they're being recorded. I have prosecuted a drug conspiracy that was all established by jail phone calls. I have prosecuted domestic violence cases where the information on jail phone calls was critical. That's where you're likely to hear the please don't come to court, or it's sort of it's really your fault stuff, that maybe it may not be a key piece of evidence at the trial, but that stuff could be very helpful during sentencing too, when you can demonstrate to a court after a conviction that, look at how this individual views the world and views their behavior here. They don't get it, and we need to make sure that they understand this will not be tolerated, and an appropriate sentence is necessary in this case, an appropriately tough sentence. So those jail phone calls, if you don't have the time and attention, there are usually local college, university students who are really interested in getting this kind of experience. I mean, maybe not this specific kind of experience, but experience in the criminal justice system. And for them, listening to these calls helping them, hey, here's what I need you to find or listen for, helping them understand what's relevant, and having them go through it, and then having them, they'll eat that stuff up, and it could take a big chunk of time off of your plate.
Yeah, and just, quick tip because we know the inmates will swap the PIN or their particular code to make the calls. So to try to inhibit us from being able to find their calls, you can also usually search by destination phone number. So when you have a known phone number, you can search by that. In Miami, Florida, we were able to charge identity theft for every time an inmate made a call using somebody else's PIN. That's not the case everywhere, but it's another plug to figure out what your statutory toolkit is beyond your intimidation, tampering charges, because it can become really effective when you're able to start charging some additional things. And in this case, in Florida, identity theft goes from a misdemeanor to a felony if you have a certain number of occasions. And so all of these phone calls were individually crimes of identity theft because they were using somebody else's personal identification number. And then we were able to charge felonies on that as well. So always figure out, these little tricks of the trade.
No, that's great. We want to cross-train our jail personnel to identify and report communications within the jail. Our local jail had their intelligence section that would randomly listen in on different calls. And so they were able to alert us to things that were going. All the calls were recorded so they could go back and find additional calls if we wanted them to now explore other things. And again, we want to review the prior criminal and civil cases that might be involved, particularly in domestic violence, because this could be a pattern of abuse that's going on or a pattern of control. And so those prior incidents might become relevant to this incident. And the victim can share with us information, hopefully, that, yeah, I did that because I was afraid, or I did that because he was doing X, Y, or Z to me. And we want to also, again, work closely with our victim service providers, our community-based providers, our system-based providers. I always work closely with, and pay attention to lapses in contact, because that might be an indication that intimidation is going on right now, or power and control, that manipulation might be going on right now. So we really want to connect, make sure that we provide those support services. Not every victim's going to take advantage of that, but many will, and we want to make sure that they have access to that stuff.
And you can ask about what victims witnessed the offender do to other victims and witnesses. So in trafficking cases where there are multiple victims, there may be a case where, while this victim was still with the offender, they witnessed another victim try to leave. And they were an actual witness to how the offender responded to that other person leaving. And they can say, oh, this is what they did. They did X, Y, and Z. Well, that again will give us a preview of what to expect, and also how to hopefully enhance this particular victim's safety, both physically and emotionally.
Yeah, and someone just chatted, look at the visitor log at the local jail too. And that can be a rich source of evidence, as well as who's just going in person, because maybe they don't want a phone record or be on a recorded phone call.
And sorry, I was just going to address this next slide, because someone in the chat, when I started talking about screenshots and things like that, they said, well, what about, chain of custody? And I indicated that that's rarely an issue, although sometimes it can be in this type of evidence collecting and admitting the evidence. And I shared that we have on Equitas's website a webinar called #guilty that's all about not super high tech, but all about the simple ways to preserve, identify, preserve, and admit digital evidence. So that can be everything from our phone records to those screenshots or recordings of actual photographs of a computer screen or a phone screen. Things that are a little bit more advanced would be the forensic examination. Now you would have to prove like chain of custody of the phone from, victim to officer to forensic examiner. So there is an element of chain of custody in that piece. Victims can go on Facebook and archive their own Facebook records and receive a PDF of their own records. And then things like preservation letters, that's an investigative tool. So you can say, hey, Facebook, preserve this account. Don't let anyone delete it. I'll be back within the next 30 days with a search warrant. And then the search warrants themselves, and then orders of non-disclosure, which needs to be signed by a judge. But again, it would be like, hey, Facebook, I know your terms of service say that you'll let any of your users know if the government is looking for their records. But here's an order that says, don't follow your terms of service. Do not disclose this to the person we're looking at. We could spend a lot of time talking about digital evidence and this piece of it. And again, I'll just say a plug that there's a lot more resources available at Equitas, and we can help walk through some of these things, but just a little bit to think about.
Yeah. And remember, chain of custody arguments typically are supposed to just go to the weight of the evidence. Judges in our judges sometimes would exclude evidence though. And so it's good to remind them based on your case law, what the impact of a chain of custody argument is. And for a lot of these things, if you have the victim testifying, you can establish that this is actually what you purport it to be. You can establish the authenticity of the document. If you don't have the victim, you might have to jump through some additional hoops to do that.
And then, look at, I even put it there. I didn't realize it was on the slide.
Yeah, so that is great. And it's a great refresher on these things that I think we do all the time, but we forget like the foundation, and you suddenly get a foundational objection to it. And it's like, oh, now I have to scramble. And so this is a great refresher on all of those things.
And judges can be scared of this type of evidence. So you really do have to know it well enough to also be educating your judge at the same time. And along with the #guilty, the companion webinars, Safeguarding Victim Privacy in a Digital World. And that talks about a little bit more about when the defense is trying to gain evidence from the victim's cell phone or social media accounts, and what is our ethical duty around that. So lots to think about when it comes to digital evidence, which of course we know now almost every case has some level of digital evidence involved.
Right. So if we're going to take these things seriously, how are we going to respond when we identify intimidation? And so it might be in different ways. But one of the things, our go-to tools is revoke bail or bond. If there is a no contact order in a criminal case, we want to make sure, as part of a release conditions, and that's been violated. Even at the invitation of a victim, the order is against the defendant, and the order is the order. And so we can take those steps to hold that person accountable. The judges don't always respond well when there's evidence that a victim invited the contact. But I think if we have the opportunity to educate the judges, say in a domestic violence case, about the dynamics of domestic violence, and that this might not be just a voluntary invitation, it might be part of a pattern of power and control demonstrated by the defendant, then maybe we can get that judge to hold that person accountable. Contempt for violation of court orders, whether it's a protective order or a no contact order as part of a criminal case. One of the issues that has come up is the no contact order in a criminal case. In a protective order, victims typically will have a copy of that order, and the order is on a uniform registry, so it can be accessed by law enforcement, say at the scene or anywhere else, so that they know it's a valid order, even if it's an out-of-state order. But in criminal cases, victims don't always have a copy of release conditions. And so if there's a way to memorialize those conditions and share them with a victim so that they can have a copy of it, and so the law enforcement will know that, oh, these are the conditions, and we can hold this person accountable, or perhaps arrest this individual, depending on what your state laws allow for those things. We also may want to use this as evidence of a consciousness of guilt on part of the defendant. If you're innocent, why are you trying to make this witness go away? It doesn't make sense. So we may want to use that in our case. It also may help us to bring this in as a separate charge that we are going to join with the original case because they're interrelated, and the evidence of this crime is going to be part of the evidence of the overall case. Or if we're going to bring it in as another bad act, something that the defendant did that's relevant to this crime that demonstrates a purpose that is allowable, say the motive or the identity of the defendant, or a scheme or plan to evade detection, things like that. So there's all sorts of ways we can use that evidence of intimidation. We do want to respond to it forcefully when it happens. If we're going to charge it, so we pulled that federal charge of intimidation. Every jurisdiction should have charges like these: witness intimidation, tampering, obstruction of justice, some sort of extortion, suborning perjury, which suborning perjury is just asking someone to lie for you on the stand under oath. Bribery. Stalking is a really important one, particularly, again, I think in domestic violence cases where we have stalking behavior routinely in domestic abusive relationships, and we don't pay attention to it, and we should, because there's evidence of it, even if they're in a relationship and live together. It could help us get a lot of evidence in, because any evidence of stalking from the first incident of stalking to the final incident of stalking that supports that charge can come in as part of that charge, because it's a course of conduct that we have to prove. The identity theft that James mentioned, and there could be other things that folks want to charge. Harassment, there's computer-based crimes, cyber crimes that might, terroristic threats, anything.
I'd be curious what other people have charged, because one of my favorite things to do is look at different state statutes and think, oh, this could work too. This could work too. And so a good exercise for you guys. And a lot of people have been reaching out and want to know what their statutory scheme is. And so we'll do the best we can to respond to everyone that reaches out to us with sort of the toolbox of charges you should be looking at when you're thinking about the broader definition of what is witness intimidation.
And so our charging strategies: can we join the intimidation charge with the underlying charge of whatever the violent crime might be, because they're so closely related? And can we make a good argument for why those should be joined? If the judge is not willing to join the cases, then can we file a motion to say, if you're not going to join it, we still want to bring this evidence in, because I think it'll demonstrate to the court or the jury that a consciousness of guilt on behalf of the defendant, because he engaged in these other bad acts. And remember, the other acts don't have to be crimes. Sometimes a statute is called prior crimes and other acts evidence. It could be anything that a defendant is doing that demonstrates a consciousness of guilt. Anything that they're trying to do to get that victim not to come to court, to change their testimony, not to talk to the police. So whatever that might be, we want to demonstrate that and use that evidence in our case. And one of the things, if intimidation works, then we may not have a victim present at the time of trial. That collaboration with advocates and that work with keeping the victim safe is super important, because we want to do everything we can to make sure that victim is able to testify about what happened to them. But if we don't have that, how are we going to get that victim's voice in the courtroom? The defendant has a Sixth Amendment right to confront the witnesses against him. So if we don't have that witness present, what do we do? So we want to find out all the different statements that are available from the victim. Is the 911 call available? Can we introduce that? Did they make on-scene statements to police officers? And can we introduce that? Did they talk to friends and family about the incident? And can we find out when an incident like a traumatic incident, an assault, something like that happens? People often will just call a close friend or a family member to say, oh my God, here's what happened. Did they have to receive medical attention, medical treatment, or an EMT came to the scene to just check them out? And did they make statements about the crime to that healthcare professional? And these statements are potentially admissible either as non-hearsay, depending on the circumstances and the nature of the statement or the substance of the statement, and or there's an exception to the hearsay rule that keeps this evidence out, that we might be able to get it in. Questions for investigators to ask: did you talk to anyone else about this incident? So there's an incident, you respond to the scene, and they say, yes, I called my brother and told him about what happened. So now I want to know, who's the brother? Can we get that brother on the witness list and have them come to court? So if something happens to my victim and they're not there, the brother may be able to testify about this. Who else knows what's going on? Is there anybody else that knows about this? We kind of want to tie this question to a hearsay exception. And so often what we'll ask police to ask is, did you talk to anyone immediately before or immediately after you called 911? And so the idea there is, if they called 911 and it was in close proximity to the incident, that there might be an excited utterance hearsay exception associated with that. If they talk to someone immediately before calling 911 or immediately after, that person can come and testify under that hearsay exception of the excited utterance. Just a quick rundown. We'll go through this pretty quickly. Hearsay is a statement that the declarant did not make while they're testifying at the current trial or hearing, and it's offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted in the statement. So it's just a pretty basic definition of hearsay.
A basic definition, John. This is literally probably the most confusing piece of the evidence code.
Traditionally, that's what folks say, yeah. But it's those out-of-court statements that you're trying to get into evidence to prove that what that person said was true. So these are some common hearsay exceptions. Of course, the list of exceptions is quite long, but the ones that we see pretty regularly associated with these crimes of violence, the excited utterance is a common one that is used in a lot of cases. And that's the hearsay exception that just says, if someone's under the grip of a traumatic event, that what they said during that event or while they're under the grip of that event is reliable and can come into evidence. The present sense impression is the exception that says, if someone's relaying an event as it's happening or right close in time to after it happened, that's reliable and that can happen. So that I always describe it as, he's at the 30, he's at the 20, he's at the 10, he's scored, you're relaying it as it's happening. The then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition are things that victims might complain about. My head hurts where I was struck, things like that. So that can come in, and we're establishing that there was an injury. The statement made for medical diagnosis or treatment is important because healthcare professionals are going to ask a lot of questions of victims, and they might be able to memorialize the account of what happened. Your courts will differ, your jurisdictions will differ about how much of that can come in. Typically an account of why they are there, anything that's necessary for a physician or a healthcare professional to treat that individual, and things that those individuals would normally expect are important to a diagnosis or treatment are the statements that can come in. And recorded recollection, folks that, particularly in stalking cases, if you keep notes about things that have happened, a traumatic event, and you kept a record of it somehow, then that can come in potentially as well.
When we're talking, I was going to say, when we're talking about what law enforcement officers should maybe ask those questions of neighbors and friends, or who else did you talk to? One of the other things that I think John was touching on is that it's so key that we also document not only the timeline, but things like demeanor and tone of voice, and what the circumstances were, any evidence of exigency or an ongoing emergency, because these are going to be the types of things that a court's going to look at when they make the determination, is this an excited utterance? Was this a present sense impression? We're going to have to make our arguments given this type of documentation and evidence. And of course, cases will take some time to get to court, so we can't rely on our officers having, vivid memories of this particular incident. So cross-training and working with officers to improve documentation that addresses this can really help us down the road when we're making those arguments that this is admissible. These are admissible statements because of either this exception that exists or something else.
And so some of the case law, and we'll just go over this very basically. Crawford v. Washington is a case that sort of changed the hearsay rules a little bit. And they divided statements, out-of-court statements, into two categories: testimonial statements and non-testimonial statements. Testimonial statements are a little more formal, and their primary purpose is for use in a prosecution. So anything that, say, an investigator might be asking a witness is typically going to be testimonial, right? Tell me what happened, just the facts, and I'm going to document them and use them to prosecute somebody. And so the testimonial statements require confrontation. The defendant has the right to confront the declarant of a testimonial statement about that statement. More formal and for a prosecution. Non-testimonial statements are less formal, and they're sort of casual remarks to others. They would be when you tell your neighbor or friend or family member about the crime that happened to you. That's non-testimonial. You're not having that conversation to get that person prosecuted or to use those statements to prosecute somebody. You're just trying to get help. Also, statements during an ongoing emergency. So typically a 911 call or statements to an officer responding to the scene while an emergency is ongoing. Things like what's happening, who's doing it, where is he, does he have a gun? Those things, when we're trying to get control of a scene, are going to be considered non-testimonial because their primary purpose isn't for later prosecution, even though we will likely use them in later prosecution. Their primary purpose is to aid the police in meeting that ongoing emergency. And so we want to make sure that we document not just the statements that are made, but the circumstances under which those statements were made, so that we know, hey, this was an ongoing emergency, and these statements are now non-testimonial. If I have a hearsay exception, like an excited utterance, they can come in. The defendant doesn't have the right to confront and cross-examine the declarant of a non-testimonial statement. So we want to proactively look for those statements in our investigation. Medical statements to a medical provider are also considered non-testimonial. So that medical hearsay exception for statements made for purposes of diagnosis and treatment are going to be important because it may be the statements that we need to get in to prove that this crime occurred. And let's just run through this real quick. So just a quick way to analyze these things. Is the statement hearsay? So is it that out-of-court statement and we're offering it to prove that what the person said is true? If it is, then is there an exception to the hearsay rule to allow this to come in? And if there is the statement testimonial so that the defendant has the right to confront them, even though there might be a hearsay exception, that witness may have to be present to testify in this situation. And we've got this quick exercise that I think, Jane, you and I should just do.
Yeah. So this is the victim's neighbor, right? So that we want the neighbor to testify as follows. The neighbor is going to say, I've lived next to the victim for 3 years. 6 months before this happened, Jess, the victim, knocked on my door late at night. When I opened the door, Jess was crying, had a bloody nose. Jess told me Sam had just gone crazy. So is this hearsay? The neighbor is testifying to something that the victim said to them out of court. So yes, it's hearsay. We do want the court to accept it as the truth of the matter asserted, that Sam in fact did go crazy. So it's hearsay. Does an exception to hearsay apply? We've got evidence of a bloody nose, a knock in the middle of the night. We'd probably make the argument, John, right, that this is an excited utterance, that this is where there's still an emergency, something just happened and they're still under that excitement. So the last one is it testimonial? Really, anytime it's a statement to somebody other than law enforcement, we can almost always say that is not testimonial. So if we go through this 3-step analysis, this statement should be admissible in court, and we should be able to have the neighbor testify to what happened that night.
Right. And so based on this analysis, we want to look for these statements. We want to look for these witnesses, because if it's a case that's closely associated with intimidation, we know there's a chance we won't have the original witness, the victim of the crime, say, at court ready to testify. But this person may not be on the radar of the defendant to intimidate. And this might be someone we can get in and have them testify about these statements. So testimonial hearsay is admissible if the victim is present and testifies and answers questions under cross-examination. If the victim previously testified about this incident and the defense had a full and fair opportunity to cross-examine that victim or witness on this. So we just want to think about the turning over discovery ahead of a hearing, so that the defense has a full and fair opportunity. That's, typically say a preliminary hearing, which we'll talk about in a second. We might restrict the scope of cross to the scope of direct examination, meaning that they can't ask questions that we didn't ask on our direct examination. They can't go far afield in their questions. And then the last strategy that we would employ to get statements in is called forfeiture by wrongdoing, which it doesn't matter if it's testimonial statement. If the defendant did something to make the witness unavailable and intending that result, then those statements can come in, and we'll delve deeper into that in a little bit. So how can we preserve testimony if we know, we have a feeling, hey, we may not have this victim come time for trial? If there's prior trial testimony, for some reason there was a prior trial, but we're going to try them again, or we need to use that testimony and there was cross-examination, then we can use it. Preliminary hearing testimony that we might want to use if there was a preliminary hearing that we actually put the victim on. We might change our strategy in our typical preliminary hearing. If we feel like we're not going to have this victim, they're going to drop out or intimidation is occurring. If there's a deposition, if you're a jurisdiction that has criminal depositions, then that might be a way to preserve it. Grand jury testimony would not be able to be used in this situation because there's no defense attorney present during a grand jury for cross-examination. So that would not be a way to preserve testimony. Preliminary hearing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot of people have been rethinking preliminary hearings and how they put them on. Traditionally, you can put on a very little amount of evidence at a preliminary hearing. You're just trying to get over a low standard of proof. But the preliminary hearing happens really early in the case, and you may have a situation where a victim is in that golden hour where they're feeling that strong and resolved point. So the thought is, well, I wouldn't normally put on my victim at this hearing because it does open the victim up to cross-examination and a previous statement and things like that. But maybe if I'm pretty sure I might not have that victim later, maybe I do want to put the victim on the preliminary hearing in these certain types of cases or under certain circumstances. So to make sure that that preliminary hearing testimony is something that you could use later on, the defense has to have a fair and full opportunity for cross-examination. We can help facilitate that by making sure all the discovery is passed, by not trying to narrow the scope too much during their cross-examination, and to allow for sort of them to maybe delve into the testimony a little bit more than we typically would. And I've seen this in domestic violence cases and in human trafficking cases where there's such a high incidence of intimidation and victims being eventually not able to participate.
Yeah, usually when a defendant wants to waive preliminary hearing, that's a good thing, but they might be doing it strategically. So an argument I would make is, if I'm afraid I'm going to lose that victim and I want to preserve this testimony, is that, look, the defendant has a right to have a preliminary hearing, but they don't have a right not to have a preliminary hearing. And we're asking that the court, that we conduct this preliminary hearing because we're afraid we're going to lose this victim. And so, I don't know how receptive your judges will be, but I think they might respond and say, yeah, I agree, and you can do the hearing. So we're going to talk about forfeiture by wrongdoing, which we alluded to or mentioned a few minutes ago, because it's a great strategy to use, particularly in cases where intimidation is present, because it's a great way. I think, Jane, you said at the very beginning, when we are familiar with intimidation and how it works, and defendants using this to get their victims and witnesses to go away, forfeiture by wrongdoing is a way for us to use that effort against them, so to turn their effort against them. And so that's what we want to do in these cases. And it is not a new strategy, although it is not the best known strategy, or not everybody uses it. I think it's being used more and more, but it goes all the way back to a case in England from 1666, Lord Morley's case. And then the original case from the United States was a case out of Utah that involved, it was sort of a test case for polygamy in Utah, where the Mormon defendant wanted to test whether it was constitutional to prohibit polygamy. And the case didn't go exactly the way they thought, and so they ended up trying to remove one of their wives from the case, keep them away from court, and the court allowed the wife's testimony in because they had evidence that the defendant did keep the second wife away. So it is a rule of equity, meaning that you can't allow the defendant to engage in wrongful behavior by keeping a witness away and then insisting on their right to confront and cross-examine that witness. It's not fair to do that.
Yeah, which is important to know, because a lot of people see forfeiture by wrongdoing and they think we're talking about asset forfeiture or something like that. But actually, it's talking about forfeiting their right to confront witnesses against them, because they're the ones that, through their wrongdoing and their intentional act, kept the victim away from court. And so there's, I think we already mentioned, this is the confrontation clause everyone's familiar with. This is the case Reynolds v. US, which is really a fascinating case, but it has that language that is the basis of forfeiture by wrongdoing, which is you do have this privilege of being confronted, but if the defendant, voluntarily keeps the witnesses away, he cannot then insist on this privilege. Sort of like I love the rule of equity. It's like, this just wouldn't be fair if we allowed this to happen, and it would definitely encourage more and more witness intimidation.
And as Jane was saying, it's just, you can't take advantage. I think of the clean hands doctrine too. You can't create error and take advantage of it. All those equitable remedies. This is the federal rule of evidence. I was looking at this because we collected some information related to how widespread forfeiture was. And I think over 30 states have codified a hearsay rule similar to this one for forfeiture. Not all of them are exactly like this, but over 30 states, and then I can't remember, 10 or 11 states had case law on it, but there are a handful of states that really, they don't have a codified section and they don't have case law on it. They haven't addressed it yet. So you might be in one of those jurisdictions, and we're happy to help you if this is a strategy you want to pursue. But basically, this is how it's laid out here, is it's a statement offered against a party that wrongfully caused or acquiesced in wrongfully causing the declarant's unavailability as a witness and did so intending that result. So it's basically got 3 parts to it, that you've done something wrong to keep a witness away, and you intended to keep them away. And if we can show those 3 things, then the statements that witness made about the incident can come into evidence. So again, it's not recognized. It is recognized as an equitable doctrine. Every court that's considered it has said, yes, this is a legit evidentiary rule. And so it should come in even if you don't have case law on it. And again, these are the 3 things. The victim is unavailable. So we know we've tried to locate our victim, and we've done what we can beyond just sending a subpoena. We've tried to track them down. We've exercised some effort to locate the witness, but we can't. The defendant did something wrong. And so we'll talk a little bit about wrongdoing is, to make that witness unavailable. And the defendant did it intending that result, intending the result to make the witness unavailable.
So this is one of the more modern cases that addressed forfeiture by wrongdoing in Giles v. California. It was a domestic case where there was a domestic related homicide, and there had been this prior domestic assault as well. And the prosecutor really said, okay, this is easy. He killed her. This is wrongdoing. We've got this. And in the case, the defendant said, well, actually, I killed her as self-defense. So the homicide wasn't really wrongdoing. And the court said, you hear some of the details of the case on the slide, but what the court basically said here was, you really need to draw that nexus. You can't just say there was wrongdoing and the victim is not available, but you have to show that the wrongdoing, at least in part, was intentionally designed to keep the victim from coming forward, to keep the victim from disclosing to the police or from coming to court. And the court, in its the concurrence that was written, basically said, hey, prosecutors, you just need to give us a little bit more, and said, here's some of the stuff we'd like to hear. So it was almost a roadmap. Even though they denied this particular case, the court gave a bit of a roadmap to prosecutors and law enforcement and others to say, hey, we would really like to know more about the history of this relationship. We'd like to know more about the dynamics of domestic violence and how this was part and parcel of the relationship between the victim and the offender here. And so the case stands for really how to do this in a domestic violence context and make that link between the wrongdoing and circumstantially even totality of the circumstances is all of these offenders' tactics are all designed to keep the victim from seeking outside help.
And they also talked about the history of domestic violence would be highly relevant, as would evidence of an ongoing criminal proceeding. So what does that mean? It means that typically we anticipate that a defendant is going to try and make a witness unavailable when there's a case ongoing. They're a witness to a case, but that's not the only time. It doesn't have to be an existing case. Potential witnesses, even if a case hasn't been charged, would also be included. But these would be relevant things for the court to consider when they're trying to figure out, did the defendant forfeit his right to cross-examine this witness by engaging in this pattern of behavior as in a domestic violence case.
And unavailability can be a couple of different things. You think about it as being, okay, they're maybe deceased or we can't find them, but it also could be a victim that is coming to court and has real or feigned memory loss. There's a case that talks about the defendant married the victim knowing that they could then claim the spousal privilege. And the defendant in that case said, hey, how can marrying the victim be considered wrongdoing by the court? And the court said, well, you knew that, well, maybe you married her also for love, but you also knew by marrying her, she wouldn't be able to testify. And therefore that was an unavailability. A victim could just come to court and refuse to testify. A defendant could have the victim deported. We've had some conversations about immigration-related abuse. And so that could be perhaps a foundation for that unavailability as well.
Yeah. And for that first one that cannot be located, I would just want to be able to demonstrate to the court that we did everything we could to find that witness. Not that you have to do absolutely everything, but we just made an effort to track them down. We didn't get a response at their home. It doesn't appear they live there anymore. We checked with their work. We checked with their family. Just be able to demonstrate that a witness we did seek them and try to obtain their presence at trial. The efforts have to be reasonable. They can't be done last minute, right before trial, right? The lengths you have to go to are a question of reasonableness. And so this does not mean that you necessarily have to use a material witness warrant and arrest a witness. That might be beyond reasonable. And there's other case law that talks about the impact on victims of doing that, and that's not necessarily required in every case. But you do have to be able to demonstrate that we did something to try and obtain this witness's presence. Don't be in the situation where you said, yeah, we sent the subpoena to the last known address and she hasn't lived there in 6 months, and he or she, whatever. So let's make sure we engage proactively in trying to locate these witnesses. And Jane talked about wrongdoing, and this is a case from 2000 out of Iowa that talks about that wrongdoing is not just wrongful conduct or misconduct. It doesn't require threats, force, intimidation. It can be persuasion and control by the defendant. So those things that we see a lot in these cases, it doesn't necessarily mean that they did something particularly wrong. It may be established if the defendant directs a witness to exercise the Fifth Amendment privilege, which happens occasionally particularly in domestic violence cases where a victim will assert a Fifth Amendment privilege, and so that becomes difficult to go through. But if you have forfeiture by wrongdoing at your fingertips, then it might be something that you are ready to move forward on and introduce that victim statements because they are currently unavailable because they're exercising this privilege. And then this is also about wrongdoing, and from this case from 2015, it doesn't mean that they have to engage in violence or threats of physical violence. The link between the defendant's action and the victim's unavailability may be established when the defendant puts forward to a witness the idea to avoid testifying, either by threats, coercion, persuasion. It could be that corrupt persuasion we saw in the federal statute earlier. So this is important evidence, and we need to know about this. Anything that the defendant has done, or anything that allies of the defendant, someone is acting on behalf of the defendant, anything that they have done to make the witness unavailable. One of those things that we listed off, a witness who refuses to testify, fails to appear, asserts a privilege, or may have been murdered by the defendant. This is a case from Ohio that was kind of an interesting case because the evidence, it's sort of a case where it was a murder case, and then it wasn't just the victim of the original murder. The defendants just started murdering every witness possible. It was kind of just like a crazy sort of case. But the defendant in the original murder case, the court let in the evidence through forfeiture by wrongdoing, statements that other witnesses had made to police about the defendant being the murderer. The defendant appealed his conviction, saying, hey, the prosecution never was able to show that I did anything to make those other witnesses unavailable. And the prosecution was able to present a ton of evidence about the efforts that went into killing off all these different witnesses and making them unavailable that way. And the court found that the prosecution met the standard of proof in that case, which was preponderance of the evidence. So in almost every jurisdiction, not every jurisdiction, but almost every jurisdiction, in a forfeiture by wrongdoing hearing, to demonstrate that the defendant gives up his right or forfeits his right to cross-examine, confront and cross-examine the witness of the declarant of the statement, the standard of proof is preponderance, not beyond a reasonable doubt, not clear and convincing, but a preponderance of the evidence. Just more likely than not that this person is unavailable because of the defendant's intentional intent to keep them away and the wrongful act that they engaged in. So that's a huge advantage. There's 3 states where it's clear and convincing: Washington State, New York, and Maryland. So in those 3 jurisdictions, the standard of proof is a little higher. It's clear and convincing evidence that they did that. The court in this case said the circumstantial evidence, there wasn't a direct link to this defendant that he engaged in any of these activities, but the circumstantial evidence was overwhelming, and they certainly met that standard of proof, preponderance of the evidence in this case. So I think we've talked about some of these things that we want to look for evidence of wrongdoing. Jail phone calls can be a rich source of evidence. History of the relationship, prior criminal and civil cases, other witnesses to the intimidation. It could be a detective where a witness told them they were afraid the defendant had been doing something. Could be some other person that the victim shared information with. Testimony at prior hearings. All of that can be evidence of wrongdoing in our forfeiture by wrongdoing motion.
And one of the great ways that this is such a strong strategy is that forfeiture by wrongdoing is a pretrial motion. So you're going to have this hearing outside of the court, outside of the jury. And in that hearing, the typical rules of evidence are not required. So oftentimes you can have affidavits. You can have, friends of the victim come in and say, hey, this victim, the victim told me that they're afraid, or that they've been getting these phone calls, or that they are going to move. And so you can bring in hearsay to establish this, which makes it, when we talk about the lower burden of proof and then the lower standard of, admission of evidence, it really is an opportunity for us to educate the court. And even if it's unsuccessful, you're putting before the court all of this additional information, which is educating them about, what does the true nature of this case look like in the relationship here.
Yeah, in that previous case, that Henderson case, they introduced evidence that a prosecutor had about conversations with the defendant, text messages from the defendant to the prosecution, all of these things to establish what had been going on, the wrongdoing that had occurred to make that witness unavailable. So think broadly, but think about who is going to testify, how are you going to get this evidence in? And think about, it is a pretrial motion, but in some of your cases, you may not know that victim is going to assert a Fifth Amendment privilege or refuse to testify until you call them as a witness. So if you can do it pretrial, say because you know the witness, you cannot locate the witness, you anticipate they won't be present, or the witness has been murdered, you can do it pretrial. The court may not rule pretrial if it's unless it's a deceased witness, but may not rule pretrial and may want to see if the witness shows up before they rule on forfeiture. But if it happens during your trial, then you're just gonna maybe have to argue it during trial, make an oral motion. But you want to have the evidence of forfeiture ready for each witness. So you might want to keep your trial notebook, your case file, coordinated so that you have at your fingertips the evidence of forfeiture if this witness asserts a privilege, fails to appear, something like that, and ready to go and make an oral motion on the spot. Circumstantial evidence is completely fine in these cases. It doesn't have to be direct evidence all the time. It extends to potential witnesses. So there doesn't have to be an ongoing trial. Most of our cases, we're going to find it in ongoing trials, but a lot of the case law relates to drug conspiracies where there's a confidential informant working, and then the drug gang finds out that there's a confidential informant, and then they kill that witness before any charges have been brought. And so you can use forfeiture even in a situation where there's a potential witness, even when there's not a current case. And I think Jane talked about this earlier. It doesn't have to be the sole motivation to eliminate the witness or remove the witness. It can be one motivation, as in that one case where there was marriage. So maybe you were in love with them and you married them because of that, but you also did it to make that witness unavailable. So you only have to show that they were motivated in part by that desire to make the witness unavailable. It does, we talked about this, it requires the hearing outside of the jury. So you do have to have that motion either pre-trial or during trial, where you're going to ask the court to consider introducing that witness's statements under forfeiture by wrongdoing, because we have this evidence that this witness is asserting a privilege or refusing to testify based on wrongdoing by the defendant. Maryland, Washington, and New York require clear and convincing testimony evidence. The hearsay evidence, or at least the rule is Rule 104 in most jurisdictions, and it's that the rule says that the rules of evidence, the court's not bound by the rules of evidence. I know some judges may still want to impose some rules, so I'm not sure you could just proffer the evidence of forfeiture. You may need to call a witness and establish it on the record. the statements that you're seeking to introduce. So in your forfeiture motion, you're going to say, here are the statements that our witness is unavailable. Here are the statements that the witness made that we want to introduce. And here's what the defendant did to make the witness unavailable. And here's the authority for why that should come in. We do have sample motions if anybody wants one that we can share with you. You might want to use an expert witness to educate the court on maybe the dynamics of domestic violence, witness intimidation, maybe gang dynamics, things like that, to understand, so the court understands these things have meaning. These things that these witnesses did, these defendants did, have a meaning to those individuals. And they may reserve ruling on this until we know whether or not the victim's gonna come. One last area that this is really from New York and is pertinent to New York because New York does not have a codified rules of evidence. And the question is a witness who is present testifies but recants, are they considered unavailable? So usually the witness either has to be absent from the proceedings for whatever reason, or is present but refuses to testify or asserts a privilege, right? But in a lot of domestic violence cases, a victim will take the stand and recant what they said. So can we use forfeiture by wrongdoing in those cases where the witness isn't technically unavailable? And in New York, where the court creates all the rules of evidence, they basically said, yeah, you can do that. That witness is unavailable in this circumstance because the defendant has just changed his strategy slightly. Okay, it's not going to work to make you not come to court. So now I need you to come to court and say something that's untrue. And so the prosecution should be allowed to introduce those original statements, even though the victim is present and testifying. Their testimony, their original testimony is unavailable, and as a result of the misconduct of the defendant. So it should come in. And the other case related to forfeiture basically just said, look, you're just painting a target on these victims to make the defendant tell them, change your testimony, do this, do that. You're not protecting them. And so we can't allow this to go forward. We have to allow the original statements to come in under forfeiture in these cases. May not work in every jurisdiction. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it just goes back to that, 5-step plan. And the last part is, what's our plan? And if this is just an opening, of course, then the defendant would say, okay, well, our plan isn't for you not to come. Our plan is for you to come and recant. And even if this is unique to New York and for lots of reasons, I think we like to put it out there as, like an emerging issue, but also, let you guys know that if the victim is taking the stand and recanting and you don't have forfeiture by wrongdoing, there are other strategies to sort of let the jury know what's really happening, how you can bring up all this additional information during maybe a soft cross. So this is one of those things where I'd say, reach out to Equitas. If you have a prosecutor, you're working with a prosecutor who's got one of these tough cases. That's where we really love the work we do one-on-one because it's so fact specific. But there's lots of strategies, even if this maybe isn't available to you.
Correct. So going forward, as we've talked about witness intimidation, we want to identify all those forms of intimidation, the overt ones, the subtle ones, ones that defendants know are going to impact victims such that they will be either afraid to come to court or afraid to call the police, whatever it is. We need to identify those. And then we need to proactively investigate the intimidation as it's occurring. That evidence, particularly if it's working, if the intimidation is working, may not fall in our lap. So we definitely want to ask about intimidation. And you're probably not just going to ask, hey, is the defendant doing anything to intimidate you? But just ask questions about, is anybody doing anything, talking to you about this case? Are they making you feel like you shouldn't come to court or making it difficult for you? Are you afraid? Things like that. And then we want to find out who's making those threats, what those threats are, and do anything we can to make that victim safe, improve that victim's safety. We want to introduce the admissible victim statements that may come in because they're non-testimonial hearsay, and there's a hearsay exception. So we want to identify those statements that they've made to others about the crime so that we can introduce those. And then forfeiture by wrongdoing, it's not going to work in every case, and but it probably will work in some cases we've all had, or we've all seen that there might have been a way to get this evidence in if we had done a forfeiture by wrongdoing motion. So let's try and think about these things moving forward, and we're happy to help people in any way we can to get these things done. We've got some additional resources here that are available on the Equitas website. So we have a combating witness intimidation experience in creating change. We have a field guide to witness intimidation. So it talks about the different types of intimidation, the crimes associated with it, the tactics that they'll use, things like that. Also the unintended intimidation that maybe comes from police, prosecutors, the courts, because we're just doing our jobs. If the more trauma informed we are, the better we'll do those jobs, and we won't inadvertently intimidate people and make them feel like they're too afraid to participate in the system. There's a webinar we have, Enhancing Witness Safety, Preventing and Responding Intimidation, Preventing and Responding to Intimidation, and then the Principles of Witness Intimidation webinar that we have. We also have some publications. This one's on forfeiture by wrongdoing, legal jujitsu, which is the sort of martial art that allows you to use the assailant's force against them. So it's legal jujitsu for prosecutors in intimate partner violence cases, forfeiture by wrongdoing. And then another one, No Victim, Don't Give Up, Creative Strategies on Prosecuting Human Trafficking Cases Using Forfeiture by Wrongdoing and Other Evidence-Based Techniques, and the prosecutor's resource on forfeiture by wrongdoing, which is a very straightforward, simple resource. This is Jane's contact information, and you guys will get this in the materials when they are sent out. That's my contact information, which will be in those materials as well. And this is just an ad for our office hours, which is just for prosecutors. I think the next one is on January 20th. You guys can find it on our website if you care to engage in a conversation of prosecutors with prosecutors. The topic this January 20th is stalking. And so it's unrecorded, small presentation, and then a good conversation with prosecutors about this. Okay. So I think that brings us to the end. I'm going to stop sharing.
So thank you, John and Jane, for that very informative session. I do want to go over just a few announcements before we give folks about 5 minutes to grab some water or go to the restroom. We will have our Q&A session immediately following Stephen's session, which will start in about 5 more minutes. So folks, feel free to go ahead and drop any additional questions in the Q&A box, and we will make sure that we address those at that point in time. Just another quick reminder that we will be sharing all webinar materials within an email that we will share about a week or so after this webinar. So this would include the PowerPoints, any resources shared, as well as the webinar recording. We are loving the feedback in the chat box, so please keep that going throughout the day. We are also asking folks to fill out the evaluation form that will be shared following the webinar. So just thank you for the kudos, and thank you for letting us know how we're doing so far. And yeah, I think that's going to be it for announcements. Again, we're going to give folks about 5 minutes to take a quick breather, take a quick break, and we'll start promptly at 11:19 with a Stephen session. So we'll give folks about 5 more minutes, and we'll see you guys back at 11:19. We're also getting a couple of comments about folks who may be joining in with someone else or may not have registered. We do ask everyone to register. That's how we will be sending out all webinar materials. So I will share the registration link in our chat box. So just go ahead and fill out that information. So when we do share that with folks after, you are a part of that email chain. So again, if you have not registered with your email address, I will drop the link in our chat, and just please fill that out for us. All right, so it looks like we are at 11:19. So we will hand things over to Steve, and he will have about an hour, and yeah, about an hour before we head to lunch. So Steve.
Well, good morning. It could be afternoon, close to afternoon for some of you folks. I want to take another minute and thank John and Jane for a fantastic kickoff. They included such important material that you will find fills in a lot of the gaps and connects with what I'm going to talk to you about. I'm the program guy, and I've been doing this work of building meaningful programs for 43 years in prosecutors' offices in the area of, and I should stop and say, you know, we all throw around that word collaboration like it's something that goes in our grants and it's just something you do. True collaboration is hard work. We won't have time today, but the back end of this presentation is usually a steps to true collaboration section that I do. And I promise you, it is tough time-wise, it is tough talent-wise, it is tough building the kinds of relationships and maintaining the kinds of relationships and spending the time you need to spend doing the cross-training that's necessary to understand your colleagues and why they do the things they do and how they do them. My work over the years has been in the area of domestic violence, homicide and gangs, sex assault, elder abuse, human trafficking, predatory white-collar crime and fraud, child abuse, victims' rights, mass tragedy, building diversion programs for youth and adults and for substance abusers, restorative justice on the back end of the criminal justice system, witness protection, cold case, innocent projects, and probably the most fun I had was becoming a teacher at the national level through the Department of Justice on how you build collaboration. And all I can tell you is I'm going to talk about Denver, but I don't want you to pay attention to what it is that we do in Denver because we're a unique environment, as are you. And so everything has to be customized for the environment that you're living in and working in. We started talking seriously about witness protection in the early 90s, and that became very front and center in the late 90s. For those of you who know Denver and our love of football, we had a young, talented cornerback murdered on a New Year's Eve by a very nasty gang of drug dealers. And that taught us that we needed to up our game when it came to witness protection. And to be honest with you, we were the Cub Scouts, and we went to the source of talent, to the U.S. Marshal's office, and they nurtured us to build a program that we now have. And so they get a lot of credit and still should be getting credit from you because they are wonderful to teach you the elemental issues of witness protection. Colonia, this is a little free warning. This has a little bit of pain to it and a little bit of trauma to it. So just bear with this 911 call. So early on to us getting very serious about witness protection, we had a young lady come in who was associated with this group that killed our cornerback. And she made her living dealing crack cocaine out of the clubs in Colorado and in Denver. And she became a witness in a case against one of the leaders. And basically, we had a very blunt, let's call it blunt without using the language that occurred, conversation with her where she told us she didn't need us. She knows how to handle herself. She can take care of anything that comes into her life. She's going to testify and she's going to get paybacks for what was done to her. That 911 call was the death squad that was sent to her house and killed her that evening, less than 8 hours after she left our office. It was the first time we ever needed to develop a sign out of the program form, which she signed, also using some colorful language, before she left our office that night. And it was a sobering time for us to realize just how intense this issue of life and death witness protection was in our jurisdiction.
Guilty on all 21 charges. That was the verdict for a suspected gang member in the fatal drive-by shooting of Denver Broncos cornerback Darren Williams 3 years ago. The jury convicted Willie Clark following an 11-day trial and a day and a half of deliberation. Clark declined to testify, citing threats made by gang members to himself and his family. He faces up to life in prison at his April 30th sentencing hearing. There was no immediate word on a possible appeal. Williams was killed at about 2 a.m. on New Year's Day, 2007. Prosecutors say Clark fired the fatal shots from an SUV that pulled up beside the rented limo Williams was riding in. Williams was 24 and in his second season with.
The interesting part about that is Willie Clark didn't want to testify. He was actually the leader or one of the leaders of that gang that he was claiming he was afraid of. So it didn't work. He was convicted. He's serving. He's never getting out of the Colorado Department of Corrections. But the basis for all of this was something that has crept into our mainstream culture. And it's in our art, and it's in our language, and it's in our music, and it's in our clothing. And it has become mainstream that you just don't snitch. And you don't snitch. And if you do snitch, you're going to face consequences. At Darren Williams' funeral, there were the opposing gang members who were involved in, they were the Houston version of the gang that killed him here. They were wearing Stop the Snitching t-shirts at the back of his funeral parlor when his mother was laying him to rest. So there are out front messages in our culture, as well as case specific messages that you just don't cooperate with law enforcement and prosecution. These statistics are a little bit old. I retired a couple of years ago. I'm kind of like the Dalmatian that can't leave the firehouse. I'm still doing work, but retired about 2 years ago. And we had 20 witnesses that had been murdered in Colorado. We had 11 witnesses who were murdered in Colorado in the past 20 years. And we finally started talking about it and started adding up the number of felony witness intimidation cases. And you're talking about a pretty significant caseload when you look at our small state.
My name is Rhonda Fields, and my son, Javad Marshall Fields, was killed on June 20th alongside Vivian Wolf, days before he was due to testify in a murder trial. Vivian and Javad were both recent graduates from Colorado State University, and he lost his life because he was not afraid to tell about a murder that he witnessed.
I'm Vivian's mother. It's been a really, really difficult journey for us. Rhonda I met like a month before Vivian and Javad engaged, and they got murdered one night without any warning because Javad was a key eyewitness for the murder for the year 2004 murder case. Without the witness, I don't think we can solve any crime. Witness is the key to solve crime and to put the really bad guys away. So it's been really hard, and it's going to be harder.
And we just have to make it safe for witnesses to come forward, because if we don't, our society will be in anarchy. We have to make it safe for people to tell.
So Rhonda Fields is now State Senator Rhonda Fields, and was the sponsor of the Javad Marshall Fields and Vivian Wolf witness protection legislation in Colorado. And I highly recommend that if your jurisdiction, state, whatever it is not able to be supported by state legislation, that is a step forward that you need to consider. You need to consider that whole process which we don't have time to talk about today. That whole process of educating and building the support for a comprehensive witness protection program legislation. Just as a byproduct, Representative Elijah Cummings, who passed away in the past few years, had such a federal bill, and it did not make it through Congress. It has just been reintroduced in the Senate and the House. And so I would suggest that you do a little research and learn about that. We'd be happy to send you out copies of it. I don't know the rules of the grants of what we can do like that, but it's up on the web, and it's an important piece, and it creates one of the three legs on a three-legged stool if you're going to do witness protection. And that's legislation, which includes resources, dollars, true collaboration, and the building of a pool of reliable collaborators and resource delivery folks. And I'll go into a little bit of what I mean by resource delivery folks in a moment. I'm going to break this down into three parts as we discuss a quality program. And of course, it starts with tactical considerations. And then it's going to go on and it's going to talk about understanding trauma and acknowledging the trauma that your witnesses and victims have been through prior to their participation in criminal justice. And if you don't understand that, your ability to communicate with them will be greatly hampered. And then the final leg of that, and John mentioned it, I thank you for that commercial, you need to be ready to address lifestyle changes. Most folks, we've done about 450 to 500 cases up through now. And the vast majority, maybe 95% of them, are people who have challenges in their lifestyles that keep them in vulnerable situations, that keep them in an environment that that's high risk, and may bring them into contact with more difficult and traumatic circumstances. But in tactical considerations, and our program is led by 3 investigators. We tease with them and call them investigators with hearts. What I mean by that is they can do this tactical stuff. They are, I remember the head of our SWAT team said, I want them to be good enough that they can drop you like a hot rock. So they are good. They are talented. They are trained. They are retrained. They are very good at what they do. But they are also fantastic at communications. And so when they're starting these communications, it's about tactical considerations, building a plan to keep people safe by building information. One of the things I should tell you about our legislation is all of our work that we do in witness protection is privileged. We keep it privileged from the prosecution team, and it's privileged from the defense, and it's privileged from every angle in our state. We have had a few judges want to take a look at these materials in camera. They've never been released. There is no precedent in our state of our records, witness protection records, ever being forced to be released. The furthest we've gone is we've had to supply a summary under the topics of like lodging, food, medical care, those kinds of things, but never specific information. However, we gather every piece of information. We do a social history, an economic history, a medical history. We collect as much information on our person or persons or families to be protected as can possibly be done. Because this is what we're building, a threat assessment. We are using the classical skills that executives protection people do, where we build a threat assessment to determine if there's an imminent and credible threat against the lives of these witnesses and victims. And as so many of you talked about earlier, although we started with threat against life, there are so many steps that are short of killing that fall under the intimidation. It's really expanded what it is that we're looking at, not just whether someone has the capacity to carry out a hit on one of our witnesses. We don't put up, and you're not going to get to see the threat assessment and the screening tools that we use, because we're not about to put that out into the stratosphere or the metasphere or whatever they're calling it these days. We will make those things available to you through this process if you want them for your jurisdiction. But we use a dynamic screening tool that will give us all the information and any changes in information that come in, and is backed up by the intelligence work that our team does. And from there, we take a first step at looking at what actions our agency will need to take to keep this person or family safe. In our experience of those 400 plus cases, we've protected a single person. We've protected a family as large as 15. And so those protections have gone from moving them across town, doing an assessment at their house and collaborating with the police department for extra safety watch, to full and complete TV movie change in identity. I mean, change in identity. Their name, their social security, their college credits, their credit ratings, their location where they live, all of those kinds of things that go into a complete identity change that you would normally expect to hear about the U.S. Marshals doing. When we're collecting this information, we work extremely closely with the Denver Police Department to collect past information, criminal histories, associations, geographical locations, the types of crimes that have been committed by these groups in the past, and do the key players in the case have the motivation and capacity to reach our person and cause harm. And it's very important. I think Jane and John alluded to this. We would have had a pretty mediocre program if we didn't have an intelligence network that expands from community to community agencies, to our local jails, to our state prisons, and to our federal corrections facilities. We have those relationships. That's part of that collaboration, that you have connections to the intelligence networks that exist in our community. And so you can see we're building a history about this person, and we're building a history about the threats against these people and who might carry them out. One big change over the last 15 years is we're now finding that rival gangs are willing to collaborate in order to carry out witness intimidation and witness harm. That was not something that we experienced in the earliest days of the program, a dozen or so years ago. This is kind of a quick overview of the first page of our form. As you can see, it says confidential, and we mean it. I will tell you, for those of you who work in prosecutors' offices, we've often had to argue with our own colleagues in the office about release of this information and the confidential nature of our statute. They are worried about protecting their cases. We're worried about protecting people. And so we've had to have more than a few conversations about, we're not giving up this material, even though it's on the same letterhead. as your prosecution letterhead. One of the things I want to make is a really important point. So we've done all this work. We've got this big dossier on people and the people who may harm them. And if we think we're done when we complete that dossier, we have made a critical mistake. It is a living document. It is the basis upon which we determine if there's an imminent and credible threat and whether we take that family or person in the program or whether we provide some around the edges mitigation to keep them safe. But if they are signed in, that threat assessment is updated, if not every week, every day. And again, if we determine there's no credible imminent threat now, tonight it could be. If one piece of the puzzle changes, if we're not doing our jail call listening, if we're not doing our monitoring of mail, if we're not doing the kinds of things that we do with the intelligence, the gang intelligence people in the prisons, we may miss the key piece to the puzzle that's going to create safety or not create safety for our people. By the way, we never close a case. We may determine that a case after prosecution, as John alluded to earlier, is no longer needing to be as active as it once was, but it is not closed and put in a file drawer because retaliation, because memories are long, because it is of the violent culture environment, that paybacks are you know what. But we are looking at whether that threat is of a certain nature. Is it geographical? In other words, move them across town and there's nothing to worry about. Is it opportunistic? Is there someone about to be released from jail, from prison, who can carry out an action? Is there someone who wants to cooperate because they'll get something in return, or they'll keep their lives going if they in fact act out? And is there more needed to ensure the safety of our staff, our service providers? I'll stop and tell you a quick war story that gives a picture of this. We had a young 13-year-old girl who was developmentally disabled, and she was sold for a gangbang to a gang, a very violent gang, by her mother, who in return received some crack cocaine. And this little girl was tortured over the course of a significant amount of time. And the Denver Police Department Sex Crimes Unit did a great job and followed the trail and filed some charges. At the same time that this was going on, this young 13-year-old girl's brother, who was a member of the gang that sexually assaulted her, was dating a 21-year-old woman. And this 21-year-old woman was the victim of his domestic violence. And she reported it, and he threatened to kill her. What ended up happening was the 13-year-old girl and the 21-year-old woman created a new family. And the family needed support because the 21-year-old was also pregnant with the defendant's child and had a very high-risk pregnancy. So just giving you the quick overview, we had to deliver educational services for a disabled young girl. We had to deliver high-risk pregnancy medical care. We had to keep them safe. We had to think about where they were going to go when the case was over and where they were going to find a place to build a new life. And we had to deliver all of those services at Children's Hospital and the Mental Health Center and the education program and the specialized tutoring we had to deliver that in a way that we were not putting the lives of those service providers in danger when our people were coming for help. So it gets complicated and thick, and that is why you have to build your collaborations early so people know what they're signing in for when they say, yes, I'll serve this sex assault victim. Yes, I'll serve this family member from a homicide case. And that is all the work that must be built into the front end of the system and updated constantly. Nice room here at the Aristocrat. Our immediate work is to make sure that the victim witness is in a safe location. We're able to do that. We have relationships with economic and policy relationships with hotels, with shelters, with medical care, with food, with everything that a family needs to carry on. And those things, again, have to be reliable and available 24/7. And I want to make just a point here about victim witness personnel. None of this gets done without them. That said, they cannot be the ones that are asked to carry out the transportation, the shopping for food and delivery of it. They are not trained in the weapons and in the field tactics to deal with the threat that could show up at any time. So as you build your program, you better rely on the victim witness personnel, but you also better rely on them in a way that they can deliver their work safely. And they're not put out there on the line. We dealt with a city up in northern New York that was doing that. And it took going to the elected official to explain the need to change that strategy. And I'm hopeful that none of you are facing that kind of predicament. We have to train our protected parties how they have to participate in this safety program. We are not protecting them, we are helping them protect themselves. Because if they're not bought in, if they're not willing to take on the issues that they must, and they're listed here on this door hanger, they have to have awareness of their surroundings. An obvious one that has been a tactic is someone befriends them, a new friend in their life. They're lonely and they have this new friend who very likely could be a threat. The number one piece, and this was a number 3 piece when we wrote this, it's one with a bullet now for those of you who remember the hit charts. The social networking that goes on in our country, in our world now, makes it extremely difficult to do this work. It is just a challenge to keep people off of their social networks. And of course, in today's world, tracking someone through their social networks is its own skill set. They build apps for tracking people who are using social network. I'm sure you all know about that and have your own stories. For those who are out in the community, if you drive to work or you drive to court or you drive to see your mom or whatever it is, the same exact way at the same exact time, you are giving information to the bad guys and gals that helps them build a plan to harm. They can't be telling where they're being kept. And every one of these plans has got to be case specific. They are all different, whether we're moving people out of state or whether they're keeping them in here in town or whether we're moving them down to Colorado Springs. Every case has its own case plan, and there is such diversity in the work that we have to do in order to build specific case plans. I just want to double down on the media, social media. I am too old to keep track of the new things that are coming up. My daughters were trying to give me a lesson in TikTok the other day that I just don't get. But apparently I'm in a small group of people in the United States who don't get it. It is a tool that is day-long usage, that people have chosen to use TikTok as their primary means of communication. When you take people out of all of these, Backpage is, I think Backpage is gone these days. Craigslist, whatever it is, you create not only a threat and not only information for the folks to want to do harm, but you also create challenges to your cases. The other side of that is, for whatever reason, the folks who commit these crimes seem to like to talk about their plans on social media. So you have a responsibility to monitor social media, because it's going to give you intelligence information, background information, updated strategies, updated communications about the plans of the folks who are going to who want to create harm in the lives of your witnesses. Just a couple of techniques, and I'm going to start with the bottom one. Because we've done a lot of human trafficking cases, and because we keep people in safe houses and safe hotels, we will not ever send a male investigator alone to those environments with young females, particularly those who've been trafficked, for a million reasons. But we also have instituted no transports that are done in high-risk cases are done by single person transports. And most of the time now, we use strategies that involve other cars and other equipment when we're moving people from place to place. And I'm going to credit my friends from the US Marshals with giving us major lessons and taking us to advanced trainings on transports, driving skills, as well as strategies. This is an important part. We have a staff person who handles our books, because we are usually doing things on the fly, and we are usually writing them down either in our phones or on a sticky pad. And that's not the way you run a successful program. So you've got to have the back office of witness protection. And that means that the hotels you work with understand your work, have been checked out and vetted to be reliable, and that there's direct bill that never is in the name of the people to be protected. Whether they're King Soopers cards or Safeway cards or Walmart cards or whatever it is, or transportation with Uber. These things have got to be relationships that are pre-done. Burner phones, disposable phones, all of those kinds of tactics are important to have in your toolbox when you're building a case-specific plan. None of it works if you don't understand trauma and victim services. None of it. Let me go back here for a second. If I can get this larger, there we go. This is part of kind of the Bible of victim services, and that is acknowledging that there are 5 primary areas of impact on victims: physical, emotional, financial, social, and spiritual. And in an environment where you are doing witness protection, all 5 of these are challenged. And they're challenged at a time where they're already probably suffering some negative impacts in parts of their lives in these areas. And the ones that folks don't often talk about is you've lifted people out of their social environment. You've lifted them out of their social circle where they gain support, where they get to talk out what's gone on in their lives, and they're taken away from their spiritual support. They're not able to go to church on Sunday. Building that kind of relationship where you can match someone's spiritual needs with someone who can deliver that service and not compromise safety is really important. These three things you've got to be prepared for. The first three, physical, emotional, and financial, you've got to be prepared for with resources. It's the key element of connecting and building trust and building reliable communication with the people you're trying to protect, is to show them you understand this. Not just that you understand it and you can talk about it, but that you can do something to mitigate these harms that will for sure show up in the vast majority of your people. I just skipped over I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. We'll come into this, but I had a slide that I'm not going to get back to about that talks about the impact of trauma on the brain. If you haven't been through a 101 course on the fact that trauma, PTSD, those kinds of things are real, they are chemical, they are biological, they are behavioral, and that you've got to have a basic understanding of them to understand why the behaviors that you see are inconsistent, that may be maddening to you as someone who's trying to help, but you're getting resistance and you're getting lies and you're getting changing stories. Much of that can be due to the trauma impact on the brain and the thought pattern and the memory pattern that people go through post-trauma. And then finally, I'm going to guess, it's not scientific, but I'm going to guess less than 5% of the cases we've worked over the years, and of the cases that my friends who are doing this work across the country deal with, are cases where people are just in the middle of a beautiful life and they get ripped out of that life by a crime, and all of a sudden they have to keep themselves safe, but everything else in their life is just fine. We had a case like that a few years ago. Really nice guy as an accountant. Went to the Cherry Creek Mall here, which is a beautiful mall, and bought himself a brand new iPad. And it was the brand new iPad that had just come out that day. And he had that pretty Apple plastic bag with a rope around it. And as he was leaving, some fool grabbed that bag and yanked on it hard enough that the rope that is at the top of the bag cut off his pinky finger. The security in the mall and the cops did a great job making the contact. This guy, the bad guy, was a gangbanger. And this poor man who went out to buy that Apple product had to turn his life upside down when the death threats started. But that is such a minority of the cases. What we deal with in most of the cases are self-esteem, substance abuse, human trafficking, family dysfunction, education and job training needs, community resources in order to survive and move forward with their lives and build their way out of the vulnerable environments that led them to be a part of the criminal justice system as a witness in the first place. So we must have resources that can do that. We have to provide wherever that person may be, and they may be in Denver or Colorado Springs or Fort Collins or Oklahoma City or Miami-Dade County, Florida, or anywhere else where we've moved people. They have to have not just access, not just a phone number to call and say, hey, call, but we need to build relationships where we're going to provide services in a way that they can take care of these. This list right here is dealing with these things is the bulk of whether you can create a comfortable, happy, productive life or not. When these things are disrupted, you can add a few more in there: domestic violence, the aftermath of sex assault, on and on. But these issues that come along with it have got to be addressed if you're going to do successful witness protection. This video doesn't want to work, Richard. So I'm going to skip over it. And I'm going to tell you that this is a story of a prosecutor, gang drug prosecutor in Texas, who was murdered by a cartel. And not long after he was murdered, his boss, the elected official, was murdered. And so I bring it up because we have, on 15 occasions in our office, we have had to protect our own staff. In a couple of 3 that I can't talk about, we have had to protect the judges in cases. But I will tell you that this is an extremely difficult part of our work, because if these people are going to continue in their work, everyone knows where they're coming to work. And so this is something we take seriously. We've taken extreme measures. It is the highest priority of alleviating the threat for us. We pull out all the stops. If you're going to undermine the system by threatening to attack the people who work in that system, that's going to get our attention. Yeah, here we go.
Daylight this week of one of Texas's toughest prosecuting attorneys now has a small army of investigators working 7 days a week. Police say Mark Hassey was gunned down by 1 or perhaps 2 shooters right next to the Kaufman County Courthouse. His boss tells ABC News Hassey was fearless in putting the worst bad guys behind bars.
He ran across some of the baddest guys that there were in this part of the world.
Prosecutor of 30 years headed the organized crime and drug units in Dallas before moving to nearby Kaufman County, where he never backed down.
There's no police.
And that first speaker in the video, Mike, was murdered a short time after that by the same gang. So again, I need to implore you that this methodology that you build hits close to home. It impacts the entire office. It impacts the morale of the system. It scares the bejeebies out of young prosecutors with families and children. And so we've got to be at our best when we do this work. And I will tell you, we are. And this is another great chance for a discussion of the intelligence work that we do. This is when there's no confidential informant that's not contacted. There's no resource that we don't pull on. Our appellate division gets involved and helps us with the legal side of things. It's the most serious of the work that we do. A few things about the staff, and as I said earlier, we had 3 staff people, 2 men and a woman. One of the men is the quintessential cop who can roam the streets and talk to anybody about anything. He moved over to the Denver DA's office about 18 years ago, after about 20 some odd years on the streets. He's that guy that can go anywhere, talk to anyone. The woman on our team is tough as nails, probably tougher than the 2 guys. But she has a particular talent in using computer skills and the social media and being on top of all of that work. And our third guy is and has been in the intelligence gathering business for a local sheriff's department for many, many years. and he has best friends in every intelligence unit and every law enforcement or corrections facility in Colorado and probably across the nation. So we have built a team that understands the breadth of skills that are necessary, that they understand communication, intelligence gathering, technology, and true collaboration. And they're willing to go and get the training they need to upgrade whatever skills there is that they need to build. And by golly, I will tell you, they work with difficult people and their patience level is to be admired. I can't overstate just how hard the work is on them. And the beauty of having that team is nobody understands the work they're doing, the uniqueness of what they're carrying around, other than the four of us. So if the four of us don't communicate and debrief regularly, we're shortening their lifespan with these particular skills that they have. A couple of lessons learned. There is no more challenging case for us. There's no more serious case for us than office personnel, but there's no more difficult case, complicated case than dealing with human trafficking victims. It is such a hard population to get and build and keep trust, and as well as keep them safe. And women and men who have been abused in this manner have developed a view of the world that is earned but not acceptable. And they need the patience and love and respect and resources of our work. We are, in these cases, a lifeline to people more so than in any other cases. Case management and resource utilization. I've gone over that a bunch. I'm going to restate it, that when you're working with human services and substance abuse and job training and anything else that you can come to mind, in one case, it was a relocation to another state of a very religious Jewish woman, and she would not have survived well if she didn't have access to a like conservative temple that was the center of her life here in Colorado. And we had to find a way to find that in the other state she was moving to. And so this is very much a people position. And it takes personal coaching and it takes all of that tactical work and intelligence work, but it is something that, there's a quote that we use here in one of our really high quality drug treatment programs. Only you can do it, but you cannot do it alone. Well, only you can be great at witness protection work, but you cannot do it alone. And so those are our lessons learned that we carry forward in our program. It's useful to spend a little bit of time on this topic because it's useless to have a good program in Denver or in New York City or wherever you may be from if we don't have a national link. If we don't build the kind of network that Parole has, that Joint Terrorism Task Force have, that all of the great networks that we have in our country and beyond, if we don't build those for witness protection, we will come up short because the world demands that. And these are the 7 pieces that I believe can go into that federal legislation that's pending again. And that is a broader understanding and research done about the Stop the Snitching movement and develop strategies to mitigate it. We've got to be able to share strategies, both legislative and programmatic, that are in place where the great work is being done in jurisdictions out there on the ledge by themselves. I will tell you that the U.S. Marshals, prior to COVID, did start 2 regions of information exchanges. One is the Eastern region that's run out of the U.S. Marshals Office in New York City. And they have been fantastic at bringing in trainers to teach and to share best practices. And then a smaller unit out here in Denver that includes states from the middle of the country. It is our hope that this becomes a regional reality across the United States and maybe beyond. We've got to be able to share lessons learned. We've got to be able to build and update and house in a safe environment a best practices toolkit. You can't just put it out there and Google it. You've got to have a resource guide to assist in interstate issues, which includes an interstate tactical task force. I can't send someone to Sarasota, Florida, and just tell them, get off the plane and figure it out. I've got to be able to send them to someone in Sarasota who does the work, believes in the quality of the work, and can take that person on. And I've got to be willing to accept them here in Colorado. And we need to be able to develop the national technology and data strategies and links to assist a nationwide effort to combat wherever this form of violence is, in fact, developing its own national strategies. So a network needs to be built, and the network needs to have federal legislation and state legislation and hardcore, talented, committed professionals to build that network. And of course, that translates into resources to do these things right. On the horizon, and this has been on the horizon for a while, will be a secure case management system that allows you to build your files in your jurisdiction and communicate when you need to deal with other jurisdictions. This again is my pitch about the interagency jurisdictional collaborations in Colorado that need to come across the nation. And we need to lean on our brothers and sisters in the Department of Justice, in prosecution, in the funding arms of the Department of Justice, in the FBI, in the Justice. I love the National Institute of Justice and the research they do. All of those people who serve in the Department of Justice, we would love to have them take the leadership role to help us build, and I'm not going to say build back better, build a nationwide network of protection for folks who participate in the system. And with that, I will turn this back over to Richard. I think we're kind of on point timing wise for bring John and Jane back in. Is that right?
Yes, Stephen, you are dead on it. You're right on schedule.
John's trained me well.
We are going to open up our Q&A session. So if you have any questions that you have not had an opportunity to ask, just go ahead and click on that Q&A function and type in your question. And we'll actually stay with you, Stephen. We have a question in regards to funding sources for relocation in your experience with that. Can you give a little bit of background as far as where the programs that you worked with got their funding from, and if you have any additional feedback or comments about where folks can go for additional relocation funding?
You know, I love consistency in parts of my life. And one thing I can tell you, every time John and I have talked together, and probably every time I've talked about witness protection, the first question I get has to do with funding, because this ain't cheap. And our funding comes from a couple of three prime places. One is our state legislation creates a fund, a statewide fund that local jurisdictions can apply for that pays for the costs per case. The second piece to that is about your collaboration. There is no way in heaven that we can pay the medical bills for a high-risk pregnancy, for paying for the education of a developmentally disabled young woman. Those things have got to be built into the collaborations you build so that the professionals in the hospital can work with Medicaid and state funds to deal with the medical costs, and on and on and on. I'm not going to repeat all of those, but those kinds of things. The third place that you can hope to look for resources is the current bill that's been reintroduced from Representative Cummings. I believe had a $30 million price tag in it that would be available for local jurisdictions to apply for. And then the fourth place is to build relationships with the people who administer victim services in your state, whether it's statewide funding or VOCA funding. There are boards that do that or administrators who do that. And we get serious money for doing this work because everybody who's threatened is a victim of that crime. So they are victims of crime, not just witnesses to the other crime. And those are the four places that are primary for us. We also get and have gotten our city council to pick up the personnel in our unit and just make it a part of our regular budget. I guess I'd have to use the word lobbying, but I couldn't use that in a presentation like this. You need to convince, you need to convince the people who fund safe societies that they need to invest in witness protection to keep the criminal justice system and its integrity.
Awesome. Thank you, Stephen. I think this is a question for everyone. Do any of you do any collaborative work with Homeland Security investigations or any other federal agencies? I know Darlene will touch on this later on in this webinar, but if you guys have any answers for that particular question, all ears.
I'll jump in and then defer. First of all, having Darlene be our cleanup hitter, she's the best. She's just great. And she knows that Fed system as well as anyone does. We have worked with Homeland Security. We had a woman who was being stalked. She was in graduating nursing school in North Dakota, came down here to live and was being stalked by a foreign national. And we could not get enough of a case to put him away for long enough, but we got Homeland Security and INS involved and ICE involved, and they put together a great collaborative package to get this guy out of the country. There are times when there is nobody but Homeland Security who has the level of intelligence and ears to the ground that they have. And so building relationships with them is important because they're not an easy entity to crack, and you have to establish your credibility in order to work with them. John?
And I mean, I don't prosecute anymore, but we of course would currently work with anybody who reached out to us. But just sort of going off of what Steve was just saying, being able to build those additional relationships, that collaboration, not just across the board in your own jurisdiction, but between the federal system and your own, can be super helpful. I think Project Safe Neighborhoods is a really great example of that, how that can be helpful. And just the feds have a lot of resources and are, at least my experience working with folks has been, they're very eager to help out. And so I encourage people from a small jurisdiction, even we had a relationship in Virginia. Larger jurisdictions seem to have more built-in relationships, but you can do it from a small jurisdiction as well.
And I'll just add like a different perspective, which is that Homeland Security is one of the primary investigating agencies that we see doing human trafficking work around the country. But they still have some challenges because they are so tied to ICE. And so when we look at it from the victim's side point of view, when we're working with foreign national victims, we may have to do a little bit of work to build a trusted relationship between them and Homeland Security. But they do have not only the tools to sort of do what Stephen was talking about, but they also can provide documentation that can support a victim's application for a U visa or a T visa or continued presence, which can be really strong strategies as far as us keeping victims safe and keeping them here to be able to testify in our cases.
Hey, Jane, did you pick up over the Zoom that I was trying to tell you to talk about U visas and T visas?
I must have just been feeling that vibe a little bit.
Yes. By the way, for those of you who don't know, the U.S. Marshals now under their policies can get involved in local cases, not just federal cases. There's a process that each office uses, but you can call on them to help you with local cases. And I will tell you where they have helped us. They have incredible toys, cars, cameras, protection, weaponry, staffing capacity. They know how to do this right, and they take great pride in their work. And it used to be that it had to be a federal case. That is not the case anymore.
So, and for those who are a part of a Project Safe Neighborhoods district or team, feel free to reach out to us. We've been getting a lot of questions, and TTA asks for support for grant writing and finding other funding sources. So if this is something that you are interested in and something that your district needs, definitely reach out to the PSN TTA team and we can help you with that. Okay, looks like we have a question for everyone. If you have an undocumented person who comes to you for help, how can you offer them support, or how have you offered them support?
So I think I'll just expand a little bit on what I mentioned about the U visa, the T visa, continued presence. There's also the S visa and less formal process called deferred action. This would be enough information for a whole nother presentation. I work very closely with the National Immigrant Women's Advocacy Project, better known as NUOP, and put on a lot of trainings and a lot of resources to try to better understand what these forms of immigration relief are and what they are not. They often require, the U visa definitely requires that some sort of law enforcement, prosecutor, judge, investigatory agency sign off saying, hey, this victim is a victim of one of these qualifying crimes. Witness intimidation and tampering being one of those crimes that does qualify a person to apply for a U visa if they've been helpful or expected to be helpful in the case. It's a pretty technical thing to go through on a Q&A session, but I would recommend looking into those resources because they really were enacted by the legislature to be crime-fighting tools to help law enforcement, to help prosecutors keep victims safe, keep them in the country, and have them be able to participate in our investigations and prosecutions. And so your local immigration attorneys, advocates, and national TTA providers such as Equitas and NUOP can really provide even more information about how to support victims that are undocumented and might have those fears with participating in our system.
Thank you, Jane.
I saw a question come up. I thought it was a question, maybe it was a chat about mental health.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've been in this business a long time. And I have been preaching, I probably ought to listen to myself more often, but I've been preaching self-care for the people who do our work for a lot of years. And it's not just investigators, and it's not just cops, and not just prosecutors, but when you come in regular contact with the worst things that human beings can do to each other, you better find a way to get those toxins out of your body. We went and started our response for our brothers and sisters in Oklahoma after the Murrah building explosion, and the chief religious person for the FBI gave us a big lecture, and he said, if you don't learn how to talk this out, how to dance it out, how to draw it out, how to sing it out, it will come out in your behavior, in substance abuse, in depression, in inability to do your job the way you should, impacting your relationships with those you love. So self-care, you're not worth a damn if you're not taking care of yourself.
And I'm gonna start sounding like Project Safe Neighborhoods, like marketing officer or something like that. But again, this is something else, another topic that we have done a lot of TTA support for, and it's extremely important, especially those working with victims and survivors face to face, to have those type of support systems in your agencies, in your organizations, and we definitely do encourage those folks here today to reach out. I see someone over here drop the OVC has a fantastic tool, the Vicarious Trauma Toolkit. Yes, wonderful toolkit. Looks like they dropped the link as well. So yeah, definitely reach out to us for any additional TTA support for those topics as well. Let's see if we have any more questions. Is anyone aware of levels of intimidation, levels of intimidation document? It looks like they have a supervisor who took a training with an FBI agent who presented for part of it, but yeah, they basically couldn't find no information. So does anyone know about a resource that is out there for that particular topic?
I'm going to second down on that referral. If you go to the OVC resource library, online resource library, you're likely to find it there.
I was just going to say, I'm not familiar with, and I'm not 100% sure what levels of intimidation is referring to. We do have some resources related to different types of intimidation that occur at different places in our field guide, which I think you can access on our website, that lays it out in sort of a way like that.
And we shouldn't have gotten this far into this without mentioning Dave Thomas is up on deck with the IACP. And they've been doing victim work and this kind of intimidation work for longer than I can count. And you'll be getting a lot of good update information from Dave.
Awesome. So it does look like we are coming to the end of our Q&A session. We will have a lunch break from 12:30 to 1:30. Immediately following our lunch break, we will have our session with David Thomas, who will give us some strategies for investigations. And then we will wrap things up with Darlene later on this evening. So we'll give folks some time to grab some lunch, and we will see you back at 1:30.
And the questions we didn't get to, we can get to via email, right?
Yeah, we'll share this with our panelists, and we'll make sure that it's included in the email following the webinar. Thank you, John. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Stephen.
You are welcome.
Thanks.
See you soon.
Well, everyone, we are about 5 minutes outside of 1:30, where we will pick up our webinar with David Thomas, who will provide us with a presentation on some trauma-informed strategies for law enforcement. So we're about 5 minutes out, and we will start promptly at 1:30 p.m. Folks just getting back to their screen, we're about 60 seconds out of our presentation from David Thomas. So everyone can just get back to the screen where they're in a place where they can receive all of this wonderful information. We're going to start in about 60 seconds. And David, at 1:30, you can go ahead and get started. It looks like we still have a good amount of about 548 attendees with us right now. And I know folks will start trickling in around 1:30. So
Okay.
we want to make sure that you get your full length of time.
All right. Okay, good afternoon. I hope everybody had a good lunch. Looking forward to this afternoon presentation. We had some really good information this morning, and I hope to follow up and fill in some of the some of the blanks when it comes to the investigatory process. You know, it's really important that, you know, when we go forward and we look at victim witness intimidation and retaliation, that we are, you know, doing everything that we can do to make the law keep its promise. And much of that really includes many of the pointers that were brought out this morning. One of the real important parts being, you know, genuinely involved in that collaborative piece. That collaborative piece meaning working day in and day out, formally and informally, with our fellow providers, with our fellow community stakeholders. And it really starts with, you know, I think many of you probably have heard about it, and many of you probably practice it, but really going in with the victim-centered practice, where the victim is the center of all decisions. The victim's choice, their safety and well-being are the focus. And that goes right into, ties right into making the law keep its promise. Each discipline has their own independent relationship with the victim. The better we work together, the better it is for everyone. And the better it is for everyone because, you know, Steve touched on it when he talked about lethality assessment, when he talked about victim safety. What you have to understand, what you must understand is that, you know, victim safety is officer safety. When we look at the officers who are killed in the line of duty across the country, especially by firearm, the percentages are astounding when it comes to how many of those perpetrators have an intimate partner violence type of background, type of history, right? When we look back and see who these people are. And so when we get, you know, these individuals in our crosshairs, we really have to do all we can to hold them accountable. We also have to do this in a trauma-informed response. Once again, you know, Steve touched on trauma, and I'm going to go into it. I'm going to peel it back a little bit more in a little while, and because it's very important that everybody, every one of the community stakeholders, not only law enforcement, not only prosecutors, not only judges, but everybody in that coordinated community response have a depth of knowledge when it comes to trauma and the impact of trauma on the victim, and thus be able to effectively attend to the victim's emotional and physical safety. And, you know, when we understand trauma, we start to understand why victims make some of the choices that they do. In many of these cases, much of it ties back to trauma and ties back to context. I'm going to talk about context a lot because when we look at that individual's life in context, when we look at what they're dealing with in context, things start to become clear. We start to see why the choices are made. We start to see why, as Steve alluded to, why they present in the manner that they present, why they, you know, have issues with memory, why they make the choices to stay when we think we might leave, things and things of that sort. But full development of this trauma-informed response really has to include all disciplines. And it really goes into making certain the more that we take care of the critical needs of victims, the more that victim is going to want to participate. And by participate, I mean want to work with us. You know, so oftentimes I cringe when I hear that we have the victim is uncooperative. You know, I say the victim is choosing not to participate because uncooperative, one, it has a negative connotation, and two, it's not the victim's job to hold the perpetrator accountable. It's our job in the criminal justice system. And the more that we address the critical needs of the victim, the more the victim is apt to want to participate when their safety is taken care of, you know, their physical, emotional, and psychological safety. When we engage in risk reduction, like lethality assessment, and reduction of re-victimization, recidivism, when they have the support to navigate the criminal justice system, when they have the information to be able to effectively navigate, and when they know and are able to access services. When there's active collaboration by all of the stakeholders, when they feel that they can ask questions and get answers, and when they see that justice is available. And this means this is something that's got to be ongoing. This is something that means we are building that relationship with the victim such that we can go back and forth and continue to find out what's going on. You know, it was mentioned earlier with the lethality assessment, that's something that's ongoing, and it absolutely is. You know, I did a lot of work with the lethality assessment development in the state of Maryland, where we developed the lethality assessment protocol, our program. At the time, I was president of the board of the Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence, and I worked with Dave Sargent and with Dr. Campbell to develop this tool. And one of the things that we found was the collaboration was key, that we needed to have law enforcement talking with the local advocacy, and that we needed to get victims connected to services, because we knew by looking across the country at fatality reviews that many of the victims who were being killed never had access to services. And so we started talking, we started connecting them to services, we started doing these assessments. We realized that when we do these assessments, it is ongoing, and it is something that just because they were assessed at a lower level perhaps this morning doesn't mean that everything couldn't change at the drop of a hat, and things might have changed since this morning, this afternoon, and we have to do it again to make certain, so that we're not assuming things are still okay, so that we're engaging in critical thinking and getting the information. And so, you know, it means going forward and having this knowledge that with that coordinated multidisciplinary response, being victim-centered and trauma-informed, getting the facts and circumstances, engaging in that critical thinking, and making certain we have thorough and documented investigations. And, you know, the trauma-informed approach, this framework, really provides a shift that allows us to effectively recognize and account for trauma. Pictured here is a picture of Yardley Love, who was a co-ed down at the University of Virginia, who was killed by her boyfriend, who was also a lacrosse player down there. And there were a lot of things, had there been a trauma-informed response, had we listened to, or had the players down there been knowledgeable about how this individual not only was in an ongoing brutal and dangerous relationship, violent relationship, but how she was intimidated, how she was traumatized, how you know, she didn't want to or didn't feel she could safely come forward. And had she had those wraparound services where law enforcement was attuned to this, where advocacy on campus was attuned to this, there perhaps could have been better outcomes, earlier intervention and accountability for the perpetrator before he finally killed her. So we we really want to make sure that our practitioners have the tools and have the abilities to be able to effectively respond, that they have the training that's necessary so that they can know what to look for and know what to listen for, and then, you know, be able to effectively respond. And, you know, supporting and empowering victims is really the key. We have to start by allowing the victim, when possible, to make choices about certain aspects of the interview, and as many of those choices as possible. You know, we want to allow them, if it's possible, to have a supportive person with them in the interview. Allow them to choose the location of the interview. When they come in the room, allow them to choose which seat they want. It means checking in with them as we're going through the interview. And it means allowing them, you know, to really be in as much control as possible. And this is a thing of where we have to take whatever time is necessary to do this, to get it done. You know, oftentimes, you know, in my work with the International Association of Chiefs of Police, I do a lot of executive training. And we have done the Law Enforcement Leadership Institute on violence against women. And in that training, this is for chiefs, deputy chiefs, sheriffs, under sheriffs, the executives in law enforcement. And, you know, I have to tell them directly, you know, too often we are pushing our first responders to get to the call and get it done as quickly as possible and get to the next call. But in these situations, especially when it's an intimate partner violence situation, which a lot of this type of activity happens, this witness intimidation and so forth, we are getting people off calls. We're not giving them the time to put in the effort that is necessary to do that good, thorough investigation. We have to give them the time to be there as long as is needed. And, you know, I would bet all the officers who are on this training that there are calls, even in those busy times, where you're not going to get called off on. You know, and the prime example, what I tell these chiefs, if I'm working midnights and it's rocking and rolling out there. You know, I worked in Montgomery County, Maryland, just north of DC. Right now, you know, population of that jurisdiction, about 1 million, a little over 1,400 officers or 1,200 officers. And, you know, it's rocking and rolling some nights. And, you know, if we're in the middle of one of those nights and I pull somebody over DWI, I doubt my sergeant's going to tell me, you know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes into the call, you know, Thomas, cut that drunk loose and get back in service. No. They're going to give me the time I need to effectively investigate and take care of that call. Why? Because that potential drunk driver is a danger to the public. They're a danger to themselves. We have to see calls like, you know, some of the calls that we go on when it comes to intimate partner violence, when it comes to gang violence, when it comes to these individuals who are involved in this witness intimidation time and time again. We need the time necessary to really analyze that individual who is in our crosshairs and make sure we're crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's. It means doing that good, detailed, trauma-informed interview. And here, we're talking about that interview that helps us capture information from the part of the brain that the individual is in at the time of the event or was in at the time of the event. You know, if it's a domestic violence event, you know, that individual is going to be in survival mode. They're going to be down here by this red dot, right? They're going to try, and what they're trying to do is survive the event. When we're in that mode, when we're trying to survive the event, certain things are going to happen. You know, we're not going to have, you know, memories are going to be laid down in a fragmented moment because our concentration is on surviving the event, whereas that perpetrator is going to be up in their prefrontal cortex, up in executive brain, where we can address things like, well, if this happens, then I'll do that. Trauma shuts down the executive brain, activating that survival brain. And this style of interview, as I said, as I touched on, really seeks information from the part of the brain activated, during the traumatic event. And this is important to know because when we ask an individual about victim intimidation and about retaliation, when those things happen, many times they're going to be in that survival brain. So we're going to want to ask questions in a trauma-informed manner in order that they can be able to access that information and be able to relay it to us. We want to start with trauma because it really helps to distill myths and misconceptions that impact the pursuit of justice. We want to start with it because it helps us to realize that, when the person is traumatized, there may be delayed reporting, such as in a sexual assault, right? And that's the norm. That there's an inability to call details in sequence, right? In a linear fashion. And when we do our questioning, how do we ask questions? What kind of responses do we want? We ask questions in a linear fashion. If we know about trauma, we know that memories are laid down in a fragmented manner. That means we have to ask questions in a way that individual is able to answer them, right? And having that realization of how trauma is laid down helps us to be able to, sorry, it's jumping forward on me. It helps us to be able to ask questions in a manner that the victim can answer it, and in the way that it's stored in their brain. And so it makes us be able to realize that this individual is telling us the truth, and go for things that they can be able to really share with us. Because, in many, without this, we start to look at things in a manner in which, in a stereotyped manner, because of the way that victim presents and the way that the culture of the agency, the culture of the profession, I should say, has taught us. When that individual presents in these ways that they seem confused, they seem to change their story, they're over emotional and all these types of things, they can't get their story straight and all of this, when actually these are indicators, this is actually evidence of trauma. And when we really take it and capture it in the correct way, then we're putting things into context so that the fact finder, be it the jury or the judge, can see things for what they are. We start with trauma because the victim's first impression absolutely matters. Understanding how trauma impacts that individual, it promotes their well-being. It makes for better interviews because we're asking questions, once again, from the part of the brain that was impacted, and therefore able to get information, able to get evidence that helps our investigations, and able to make the law keep its promise to hold perpetrators accountable. Not understanding it leads to numerous negatives and to a more dangerous environment for everybody involved. We know traumatic events are those things that are overwhelming to the individuals. And in law enforcement, we call them critical incidents, being in a shooting, being in a high-speed chase or something like that. For people in the general public, they're rapes, assaults, car accidents, any type of event that is physically, cognitively, and mentally overwhelming to the individual. That's what we're talking about here. And so this happens all the time, and understanding it really helps us to have better outcomes. We have to realize that, when we're even investigating these, when we're investigating a case of victim witness intimidation, that the victim, because of what has transpired, if they've been intimidated, if they've been retaliated against, that aspect in and of itself is traumatic. And when they talk about it, when we try to get information from them, they are going to tend to, there's going to, with flashbacks and so forth, they're going to be, talking from survival brain. Whereas the suspect, if we ask them questions about it and so forth, they're going to be going from the prefrontal cortex, from rational brain. And on the surface, if we don't know about trauma, who do you think is going to have what seems to be the more plausible story? Yeah, the suspect. Once again, the suspect, I call them, really magicians, because they use smoke and mirrors to try to get us to look the other way while they continue to predate, while they continue to engage in the behaviors they feel they have a right to engage in. And what we're doing is unmasking them. What we're doing is paying attention to the man behind the curtain. And so we have to begin by really acknowledging the trauma, because what we get from victims is directly related to the touch and the sensitivity that we put in when it comes to our investigations. People tell us what we want to know in accordance with the relationship we have with them. And it's about creating that good, strong, healthy climate, a climate that's comfortable for an individual to be able to share things with us. We have to invest the time and the effort. We want to start with open-ended questions about the victim's experience, such as, I'm sorry this happened to you. When you're ready, can you tell me about everything you're able to recall about your experience, right? This is a trauma-informed type of question. We want to be patient. We want to allow the victim to set the pace of the interview. In a lot of times, I'll date myself, when you watch Dragnet or some of these old detective movies, you see the officer, the investigator hammering the individual for information. Usually it's suspects, but sometimes we treat victims like suspects when it comes to asking questions. We interrogate victims. Victims should never be interrogated. Interrogation is reserved for suspects. We interview victims. We interrogate suspects. And we ask questions in this trauma-informed manner because the other types of questions, they tend to be victim blaming much of the time. And we can ask the same types of questions, but ask them in a non-threatening, trauma-informed way. But as we ask our questions and as we allow victims to set the pace, as we ask in a trauma-informed way, we're going to get a large amount of information, some of which may not be needed, but we're listening for those golden nuggets of what's going on. And, in all of these cases, we have to realize that there are going to be why questions that we have to ask. But we can ask them in a way that they're not victim blaming. We want to stay away from victim blaming language. But it's not to say that question can't be asked. Instead of why didn't you report this right away? We can ask something like, can you tell me your thinking on when you decided to report the event? Same question, asked in a non-threatening way. All right, we can ask, instead of why didn't you scream or fight back during the incident? When you say this individual, scared you into not coming to court, scared you into this, scared you into that. Why didn't you do that? Why did this go on? Instead of asking it in that manner, we might want to rephrase it, or we would want to rephrase it. What was going on in your mind when you realized that that you were in danger, right? Why did you fail to show up to court? As opposed to, can you tell me what was going on in your mind when you decided not to come to court, right? And that way we can get that information. We can get those facts and circumstances that are going to help us make the elements of the crime of intimidation and retaliation. And that's where, as was alluded to this morning, it's important to know our statutes. It's important to know what statutes cover these types of behaviors, these types of acts. That way we can utilize our investigation to try to establish the elements of those crimes. And so when I'm asking my questions, I'm going to be asking questions that help me to get there, that show, that this individual was in fear, that this individual was coerced, that they were intimidated, right? And it's, for officers, this really shouldn't be something that's foreign to them, because we have to, anytime we make an arrest, what do we have to do? We have to lay the facts on the line. When we establish our probable cause, we have to provide facts and circumstances, right? When we utilize force, if you shoot somebody in the line of duty, you're not going to be able to get away with saying, well, I was in fear. You're going to have to say all of the reasons why you decided to draw your gun and fire. In my training and experience, you're going to talk about furtive movements, you're going to talk about your training and experience, all of these things that led you to utilize that level of force, right? Some more trauma-informed questions. Can you tell me what's going on in your mind when you don't feel safe, right? Trying to find out why the individual doesn't feel safe, trying to find out what the perpetrator is doing to make them not feel safe. And all the while we're doing this, all the while we're pulling this together, we're not just letting this, be there by itself. This should all be done in the context of, what happened before, what's happened during, and what they think will happen after. Because that's going to give you context to show this individual feels intimidated. This individual was retaliated against. Have there been previous occasions in which you were in fear of this individual? Prior acts of domestic violence, prior acts of assault, prior acts of intimidation, prior acts of coercion, right? It's important that we also capture those sensory details. Sensory details are really important when it comes to trauma, because when we're in survival brain, we tend to recall things that are sensory. Those are memories that are really vivid. Sounds, smells, and these are things that can be corroborated, right? Somebody might talk about being in fear of this individual, and the individual might not have said a thing to him, right? And there was one case in which you see the lamp there on the right, and it was a victim who had been raped, and one of the only things that she could continually told the investigator was that there was this ornate wooden lamp on the table in between the beds in the dorm room that she was in. And the investigator said, well, tell me more about the lamp. and say, well, it looked big and it looked heavy. And you know, all I could do was fixate on the lamp. So tell me a little bit more about how that, what you were thinking, how that made you feel. You know, well, I felt like if I got up, if I screamed, if I did anything, he was going to hit me over the head with that lamp. Well, there's the fear, right? But it's something that individual fixated on. And what we know about with trauma is individuals will fixate on that which they see as central to their survival. And that's why that victim's fixated on that. And that's why I said earlier, you know, ask the question, let them talk. You know, what were you thinking? What was going on in your mind? Is there anything about the event that you can't forget? And as they bring things up, tell me more about that, right? Tell me more, getting more in-depth information. When it comes to, you know, in the investigations, in the investigator's mind, many times, you know, she or he might be thinking, you know, why did the victim feel that they couldn't move or scream? And once again, that's where, you know, you're trying to fill in those blanks. You're trying to get that individual to recall things that were going on that made them go there. And, you know, and I'm talking about fear a lot here. I'm talking about danger a lot here, because that's what's involved in this victim witness intimidation time and time again. And so when we think that this is going on, and I'm telling you, when we go back and when we look at it, we'll find time and time again that this is a factor that the victim is having to deal with. Again, that's where the collaborative piece comes in, because they might not even tell me, the investigator, but if I'm working closely with the advocate, whether it's system-based or whether it's community-based advocate, if I'm working closely with them both formally and informally, then we're talking about the different victims that we're serving. And the victim might tell that advocate something that we're not aware of. And the victim might tell that advocate, it's all right for you to tell the officer, you know, especially if we've built that trust, if we've taken the time, we've been victim-centered and so forth. And we can start to corroborate information. We can start to get information that can keep everybody safe in the case. You know, and you know, many times our tendency is to say, you know, what's wrong with you, as opposed to the cultural shift of recognizing trauma and asking what happened to you. And it really will take all of us, from the rookie cop to the chiefs, constantly assessing our approach, holding each other accountable, and finding out the details of what's going on. You know, I have that up on the top right, that's a ceiling tile. Once again, that was something that a victim concentrated on during a case, and was able to give, you know, detail about, because it was an unknown location except for some scratchy information and so forth. And they were able to recall that. And once the investigators started pulling things together, looking at everything in the context, they were able to find the location of the event, and that helped them corroborate things. Down lower, you see the latch on a car door. This was a rape that occurred in a taxi, where a victim was able to give enough detail about what she focused on, what was central to her survival and to her getting out of the car. And these are just to show you examples of things that might come up. You don't know what's going to come up. You have to do the investigation. You have to do the interview. The victim is going to be providing the information for you. It's knowing what to look for and what to listen for, and taking that information and being able to move it forward to help you, to help the case, to help the victim. It's important that, you know, when we're closing our interview with that victim, that we we inform them how to follow up with us. Our close is important as every other aspect of our interview. We want to ask them how they want to be communicated going forward. You know, if we haven't connected them to services, if they haven't spoken with an advocate yet, we want to advise them as to why this is important and how they can go about doing so if we're not lucky enough to be with an agency that has agency-based services, that has a protocol that says when we have victims of a crime, that we bring the advocate in and see if the victim wants to have the advocate from the beginning. And finally, we want to ask them if there's anything that they'd like to add to do, that they'd like to add, or do they have any questions of us, right? And, you know, we've given them the roadmap in order to contact us. We should be making contact back with them. And again, we should be collaborating with our advocate. And then as we're working the case, in analyzing the case, it was mentioned earlier, talking about power and control. These same power and control types of tactics that perpetrator will use in an intimate partner violence type of relationship, they're going to use in order to intimidate, they're going to do to control, in order to retaliate against their target time and time again. They're going to use it when they can against us in law enforcement or any intervener. They're going to use it with anyone who they believe will allow them to get away with it, or who does allow them to get away with it. So we want to be ready for them. We want to do our investigation such that we are looking to see which of these tactics are they using? What type of articulation is the victim providing for us that shows that they're doing that? And then once they you know, once it's there, really capture it in a factual manner so it can be used to hold that perpetrator accountable. We want to know, you know, it's important that we are aware of what no looks like and the meaning of the word no when it's said by a perpetrator, when it, or as opposed to a victim. You know, in many times, no can be, well, in any culture, no can be communicated in multiple ways, right? In our culture, many times in a heterosexual relationship, when a man says no, it's the end of a conversation. But in that same relationship, when a woman says no, it's the beginning of a negotiation. No isn't heard the same way. How many ways should a person have to say no before it's taken seriously? That's what has to be asked. And what types of intimidation are used to overcome the word no? So it's looking at these things into context and really, you know, bringing them into focus so that we can see what's really going on. When we look and see why that individual does not want to participate, once again, we see that thing I talked about earlier, fear raising its ugly head once again. So placing the victim's life into context, once again, helps us to see things for what they are. They help us to really view and see why the choices that are being made are being made. How much do they fear the defendant, right? How much and why? How much do they fear the system and why? Some of the fear of the system may be because of what the experience they've had with the system in the past or the people they know. How much fear are they of losing the children? And if they're fear of losing the children, who's telling them they're going to lose the children? It's a form of coercion, right? What's the financial impact? As talked about earlier, when they talked about meet me at the hill where we used to park. How much is loyalty going to come in there? How much, this magician's trick of coercion, it's you and me against them, it's us against the world. And time again, many of these victims really do hope things will change. They have hope for change. They hold on to that hope. They're told by their significant other that they're going to change, right? And they're holding out for that. And one of the reasons for the change, and I'll touch on this in a minute when we talk about the attachment circuitry, but one of the reasons for this hope for change is because in many of these relationships, it wasn't always bad. In many of these relationships, there were some good times. And so that perpetrator will utilize those good times. I mean, they take advantage of that to manipulate the victim into thinking, well, maybe things can revert to that being, what'll happen all the time or most of the time. We in looking at victims, if you read the book, or if you read the book Coercive Control by Evan Stark, he talks about the single most important characteristic of being the victim of battering is that the weight of multiple harms is borne by the same person. So all of these micro or smaller types of harms is inflicted on that one target in an intimate partner relationship. And although the assaults may be considered minor in nature, the frequency and or continuous nature over time provides a cumulative effect that is far greater than the sum of its parts. Prior assaults, we know, predict subsequent assaults better than all other factors combined. So the underlying, the question of why, a battered individual stay are beliefs that they can exit, right? In other words, that individual, many times people from the outside looking in, why does that victim stay like that in that relationship? I wouldn't stay in that relationship and everything, but that really, there's two things. One, does that victim even know that they can leave, right? When we talk to advocates, they teach us all the time that, sometimes in working with victims, one of the first things is letting them know that they can in fact leave. Don't assume that they know that. And two, they may be in such a horrific or dangerous environment where that choice just literally isn't there, okay? So we shouldn't make that assumption. And, many a times, and we know that they are at the greatest risk when they try to leave. The stats tell us that. So once again, we got to look at these things in context. We've got to look at this fear factor and realize that we know that when that individual makes that permanent decision to leave, and that perpetrator believes that they definitely are leaving, that's where we see the serious assaults, the rapes, and the murders go through the roof. And so we need to know what fear looks like. We need to know what fear sounds like. And then once we realize what it looks like and what it sounds like, then we have to learn how to ask the questions so we can get to what they look like, what they sound like, so we can get to ask questions so that victim's able to tell us, so we can lay the facts out so the individual can be heard. This first, and these are tough to watch and tough to listen to. And so I want to warn you about that ahead of time. But, and I want you thinking, if I were to be questioning a victim and I wasn't privy to this video, I wasn't privy to this recording, what kind of questions would I ask them to get to the intimidation, the fear that they are in as a result of the environment that they're in?
put that from me. And I was mad at her. That's what I will never forget, you know? Forget that. But you a stinky motherfucker like you is. You go down there and take pictures, man, to make sure I can't get it out. Because you so-called scared I'm gonna fuck you up. I didn't ask you to take pictures of me. You couldn't even get the wall in front of you. You ain't had no fucking business going down there. Why in the hell did you leave from that fellow? They told me to. They don't tell you what to do. And look at you, man. You a sniveling asshole. About nothing. I'm the one to be sniveling and crying. I'm the one sitting in that fucking rat hole. You ain't spend another day in the fucking rat hole. Man, I didn't know how to tell me what you can do and what you can't do. You don't have to go and face no judge and tell him nothing. You ain't took care of me now, damn time. You done a motherfucking thing for me since I know you, Lo. You know that? Hey, do you see where I'm coming from? Hey, I took 7 years out of my life that I gave to you, man. I paid for your ass to eat, sleep, and have a place to live. With all these kids, I pay all these motherfucking bills, right? Huh? But you go down there and take pictures so a motherfucker can keep me in jail. Just because I kicked your fucking ass. And if I wanted to kill you, Lord, I'd have broke your fucking neck right there. And something tell me, man, that you don't believe me. I do believe you, but I thought you were going to kill me without me too. That's what I was afraid of. I meant to kill you, Lord. I'd have killed your ass. But I'm not saying you didn't see me. You didn't me know I wanted you to kill me. Not that way. Oh, yeah, well, then why you go down there and take pictures? Because I thought you might do it again without potentially trying to kill me. I wish you could know what you did. Because I knew what you were doing, you didn't know. Those fellows, I think it's all senior motives of you. If you want to show me that, you don't beat my ass. No, I didn't. You don't beat my ass, and I don't do nothing about it. I'm going to have your ass locked up. I'm going to put your ass in prison. But I'm going to tell you something. You are lucky. And you say, look, you better start saying your prayers, Jack. Because the next time there's something like this occurs, I'm going to call this judge. I ain't calling no motherfucker again. I don't want him to be involved. I'm calling this judge. I'm going to have motherfuckers come to California and fuck your ass up. You understand that? Now, I'm serious. Now, I'm tired of bullshit with you. I'm tired of bullshit with these fucking police. I'm tired of bullshit with the damn judge. Now, I'm tired of the whole damn thing. And when I go to court again, let me tell you something. You can play that sniveling shit and you can tell me what I said. You understand what I'm saying? You can tell them what I said and they can keep me in that motherfucker. But I guarantee you a week later, bitch, there won't be enough of you left for this fucking ass. And if you think I'm joking, I will try. Just try me.
All the damn rules in this house, and you gonna sit over there and keep lying as you getting your whooped on the floor. You don't know what to do. You follow me to the T. You follow what I say to the T. T. You know what to do. I waste my time telling you what to do. Break all the rules on so that tonight you don't know what to do. I tell you to follow me to the T. Don't I? Don't I? Get your off that floor and sit up, stand up, and tell me you don't know what to do again. You stand up and tell me you don't know what to do again, Heifer. You stand up and say it again, you don't know what to do. You follow me to a T. Sit your stupid on that hand. You follow me to the T. You understand what T means? Do you understand what T means? Now tell me again you don't know what to do. Tell me again you don't know what to do. You do what? Follow you to the T. Look at me, bitch.
I think clearly you can see and you can hear what fear looks like, what fear sounds like. And, do you think that these victims in both of those cases, retaliating against their target for talking to the police, maybe, when they weren't even the ones who called the police, do you think that they'll show up in court willingly? That they want to show up in court, given the reality of their existence? Do you think that their perpetrator will attempt to intimidate them if they do? I mean, you see what they were doing to them there. And thus, what will you look for and listen for? What will you ask that victim when they come in front of you to see what's going on, to find information such that you can try to address that victim's critical needs, to keep them safe, and everything else that they're in need of. And the one in the tape, the Lola tape, within 10 days of that tape being recorded, she was murdered by her husband. The second victim was luckier. The second victim, the law enforcement found out about it because her employer actually asked police to go to check her welfare. And that's, I won't get into all the depths of that story. And, that was filmed. He made his 12-year-old son, I believe he was 12 at the time, make that recording so he could watch himself later. That's how much of a narcissist and control freak he was. But it goes to that intimidation, that instilling of fear. And Lola, the first one, the retaliation for going down and talking to the police before, for taking pictures for the police, for the investigation and so forth. And so, in both of these cases, when we have Lola in front of us, when we have that second victim in front of us, what are we doing to now not only do a thorough investigation to make certain going forward, we're trying to take care and keep them safe and keep us safe. I said victim safety is officer safety. What did that suspect say? Whether or not he was going to follow through, he told her what he was going to do to the police too if they came up in there. And we know time and time again, these suspects will act on those types of things. So it's important that we be cognizant of all of that. It's important to be also to understand, when we talk about trauma and we talk about the way the brain works and we talk about choices victims make and trying to make sense of why an individual might stay or something, understand that, in intimate partner violence, victims are often, asked why they didn't fight back, why they stayed, why they changed their story, why they didn't show up in court. And a better way to make sense of their response is thinking about the offender dynamics and how they impact the victim and the victim's choices. We know that in many of these cases, the offender, at least in the beginning stages of a relationship, they don't announce their intention to be abusive, to assault, to do these negative things. They play nice and work hard initially, at least, to avoid giving any indication that they represent a threat. And this process, it really activates the attachment circuitry. It's a type of grooming, really, and that attachment circuitry allows us to connect emotionally with others. What's crucial to understanding this dynamic, the dynamic of most intimate partner violence, is that activating this attachment circuitry both creates confusion in the brain and suppresses the defense circuitry. When the perpetrator begins pushing boundaries and engage in behaviors that activate The defense circuitry, it creates neurobiological conflict that is literally confusing the brain. Trauma, once again, at work. The same person that activated that victim's attachment circuitry is now also activating their defense circuitry, resulting in this confusion. The victim's experience of fear is thus even more intensified when they realize that this is really happening. And this combination of fear triggers a powerful sense of mental defeat. The victim's brain appraises the event as inevitable and unescapable, or escape as impossible. And so, you know, the more that we understand trauma, the more we understand the importance of context. The more we understand how seemingly innocent behavior could be devastating to someone else if we don't understand the context of receiving those flowers. We are challenged to put the behavior into context and show it for what it truly is. In this case, you know, if this individual receives flowers from the outside looking in, person might say, you know, well, I'd love to get flowers or everything, but I've got to ask that victim, what do those flowers mean to you? And what we have found in especially in many stalking cases is that individual knows that's a signal from the perpetrator that the perpetrator will let them know, when I give you flowers, that's the day I'm going to put you in your grave. Something to that extent. That's that magician, that wolf in sheep's clothing, that Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, who is really making it look on the surface that they're doing something innocent when they're doing something that's really terrifying. And we have to be able to see how it's misconstrued, how it can be misconstrued. Questions? No, I rocketed through a lot of information. I was trying to stay on time, and I think we are right on time. So this is your opportunity to really ask any follow-up questions of some of the things that I went over. And, you know, one of the, I forgot to mention, one of the tools that we can utilize when we're trying to get information is controlled communications, and this is something you're going to want to check with your local prosecutor on making, you know, pretext communications, whether it's through phone call, text, email, where we find that it's safe for the victim, where many times we'll partner with the local service provider with an advocate, systems-based or community-based, to call or text or whatever and get feedback from the suspect that's going to help us with the case, that's going to implement them in the case. The laws with respect to that really differ across the country when it comes to what class of crime that can be utilized for. I know in most states for sexual assault and so forth, for felony level type crimes, it's permissible. But that is one tactic. Other questions that you might have? Richard, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I'm seeing just some questions about PowerPoint and resources being shared, which we will after the webinar. So if you do have a question, please submit it through the Q&A function. We'll give folks another minute or so since we are running on schedule to submit something. Let's see. So there is one question. What about the intimidation that happens in family court cases where there is no criminal case or the criminal case is already over, but the parties are still in a divorce or custody battle? Are there any protections for victims then?
Well, if the intimidation rises to a criminal level, there definitely is. I think in any instance, we want to get as many facts and circumstances about the behavior that's being engaged in, because I would think even in a civil case, that's going to be a detriment to the other side when that information is brought to light in the court case. That's where whatever counsel is representing the victim at the time needs to be made aware, and they then need to do what's necessary in order to make certain that those facts are brought into the case. I know I have been in cases, I've represented victims as an expert in cases and testified to that very type of thing in the past. The type of behavior that the perpetrator was engaging in to intimidate, to retaliate against the victim, and correlated it to some of the things that were going on in prior to them coming up to the court case at hand. And these are most of these instances were civil cases, divorce cases, where a victim was trying to get away from their abusive spouse.
Thanks, David. We have another question. Do you find law enforcement is understanding of victim sensitivity, or are you still finding that that they have the mindset that why do they stay? You said that living in a rural area, this is something that they see a lot.
Yeah. This is something we're seeing less of, but we're still seeing, in my view, we're still seeing too much of across the country. And this is a culture shift that really that I know I've been working to try to get to grab hold for some time now. But that's why, earlier I mentioned that we at the IACP have been doing the Law Enforcement Leadership Institute against violence against women that was for specifically targeting chiefs, deputy chiefs, the executives. We also have a training that targets mid-level supervisors, lieutenants, sergeants, captains, and then we have a training that targets first-line supervisors. Because at every level of law enforcement, there's a responsibility. And those individuals, they need to be trained as well. They need to realize why they need to adopt the victim-centered, trauma-informed approach and make certain that they do what's necessary to change the culture such that victim blaming is something of the past and so forth. And you say, well, how do you get them to pay attention? Well, you get them to pay attention by one, answering that what's in it for me. Part of what's in it for me are my fellow men and women going home safe day in and day out. In a lot of agencies, I taught defensive tactics and physical training for 15 years for my agency. I was the lead instructor there. I was a SWAT team member. I was a hostage negotiator. And one of the most important things that we were ever told or I ever taught was your number one duty is to go home safe. When we show statistically how many officers are hurt, injured, and killed by perpetrators, for instance, of intimate partner violence, and show how often we have had an opportunity to intervene and we didn't take it seriously enough, people start to pay attention. When we show that on the average, when there's a domestic violence homicide, we've been there 5 times before. So the question is, what did we do everything we could when we were there those previous 4 times, right? And when we put that connection between the individual who kills the police officer ultimately who kills a police officer with a firearm, and that individual has been had for these type of events before. What could we have done in the past to make certain that individual never got to the position where they killed a cop? When we start talking about, when we look at these mass violence incidents that have happened, whether it's in Las Vegas or up in Pittsburgh or down in the club in Orlando, Florida, all of those individuals had a history of intimate partner violence. What did we do? What did we do to effectively keep firearms out of their hands and effectively hold them accountable? We found in these cases time and time again, we didn't do as much as we could have. In retrospect, yeah, we could have done a lot more. So that means we have to respond more effectively in every aspect of what we do in law enforcement. And that includes making certain that we put that victim-centered, trauma-informed response at one of the main things that we are pushing our officers to do, because it's about the safety of everybody involved. And it's about making the law keep its promise. It all fits in nicely together. As long as we continue to do things that we did in the past, when we don't recognize these things, when we don't address it in that way, all we're doing is playing into the hands of the perpetrator. That's what I like to call the magician, using the smoke and mirrors, using their tricks, making certain we don't we pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Thank you, David. I'm trying to look through these questions, see which ones kind of relate to our conversation today. Let's see here. Here's a good one. With local police departments being short-staffed and heavy caseloads, how do we get them to make more of an investment in really hearing DV victims to help with a better outcome within the court system?
Well, I think it's once again, it's putting the time and the effort in the calls that is necessary. In each of those systems that we're talking about that are, that they're holding calls, they're doing this and that and the other, they will make a priority when they feel one is warranted. And that's why I gave the example of the DWI. We're still, when we make that DWI stop, we're not just cutting drunks loose. We're not without doing a good, thorough investigation. Because of the danger involved, were we to do that. That would be dereliction of duty. These types of cases have to be seen in the same light. And overall, you're going to cut down, in the long run, you're going to cut down on recidivism because we took care of it right the first time, not going back to the same home again and again and again. In the long run, you end up spending less time because you're taking care of it effectively the first time out. And there's all kinds of training available to do every aspect of what I'm talking about. The training is available. We'll train the trainer. But these are things that we can't force agencies and communities to do. They just need to take advantage of those resources that are available to them. There's still a good bit of grant money out there in order to bring training in, should they not have the resources to do the training themselves. At the state level, there's all kind of VOCA funds that help that will also address some of the training and technical assistance issues here. So, and a lot of times, on agencies, it takes one or two people who are really dedicated to getting these things done to apply for those grants and so forth, so they can get their agency and their community properly trained.
Looks like we have time for one more question. And this question asks if there is any ICP language to encourage law enforcement to meaningful partner with community-based organizations, or to include advocates at the scene when they've completed or near completion of interview at the scene.
There, we've got some documents. If you send me my information's there on the screen, and I'll send you, I can connect, see exactly what you're looking for, and then point you in the right direction so that you can get that information.
Look, like we may have time for one more. And this asks, how can we approach state attorney offices to prosecute abusers more adequately? The officers in my area do a great job in making arrests and using trauma-informed approaches with victims, but our state attorney offices are either dismissing these cases or giving court supervision. There any feedback on that?
Yeah, that's where Equitas comes in. You know, the folks that kicked us off this morning. In fact, I've been collaborating and doing co-trainings with Equitas for probably over 10 years now. And that's where it's, you know, we were just down in Rockdale, Georgia. In the last year, we did 2 major trainings down there, and we'll probably be down there again this year. But working with the prosecutors at the same time as working with law enforcement, not only getting them to collaborate and work together effectively, but making certain they were on the same page when it comes to victim-centered, when it comes to trauma-informed, when it comes to all of these different aspects, these different elements of really making a good, sound criminal justice response to, you know, victim witness intimidation, to intimate partner violence, to gang violence, to all of these things. And so, you know, it's in my book, anytime, you know, I was so glad that NCDC set this up this way, because you have practitioners from different professions working together, like we all should be out there in the real world, in order to really affect lasting change, to make the law keep its promise, to hold perpetrators accountable, to keep our communities safe. So I would say Equitas, though, is really the ones who I would start with. And, you know, hopefully, you know, we could partner with them like we have in the past and so forth, depending on the game plan that they would come up with. But I would start with them. They are definitely hands down who you want on your team when it comes to addressing the state's attorney or the prosecutor's office.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, David, for
Yes, sir.
your incredible presentation. I have had the opportunity to see him present on a few different issues, so it's always good to learn new stuff, and I really do appreciate it. And of course, we'll be seeing you in the future.
All right, sounds good.
We are going to take about a 15-minute break before we move on to our last section. So we will come back 2 minutes to 3, so about 2:58. For our last section for the evening. Just a reminder, if you have a question for any of our presenters, please input this in the Q&A box. If you add this into our chat box, it's often overread. So just make sure that's being added to our Q&A box. And yeah, so we'll take a quick break and we'll be back for our last presentation.
Okay, I need some light in here.
Hi, Darlene, and folks are on a short little break. So we're gonna give them another 10 minutes and we'll start at like 3:56.
Sounds good, Richard. Thank you. Nope, that's worse. Okay. Okay.
Hey everyone, we're gonna go ahead and get started with our last section for today. I could not have thought of anyone better to wrap things up than Darlene, and I'm sure you guys are gonna just love her and all the information that she will provide to you today. So Darlene.
Thank you so much, Richard. I do appreciate that. And I do appreciate everybody staying with us this long. I know it's a timeless, grueling day that everyone's had to go through, but I know it's a lot of good information that you obtained and a lot of information that may have been a little emotionally difficult to hear at times, but I do appreciate everybody being here and sticking with us. My goal today is to put everything together that you've heard and to put in a context that you can bring it back to your communities and actually utilize that information and bring it into a focus for your next programs and for your teams. And I think I want to start with the very bottom line is that fact, bottom line is criminal justice professionals and allied stakeholders who interact with victims and witnesses face numerous hurdles combating witness intimidation. And I need us to understand the fact that witness intimidation is increasing nationally. It is going across the boards. It is affecting major cities. It is a point that is, as you know, is going on in the administration, a big focus. It's a focus of the Department of Justice community-oriented policing services and National Institute of Justice and a broader criminal justice process. And as I'm saying all this, I realize that I did not take a moment to introduce myself. And I'm going to do that with the next slide here, with the fact that I have been actually working in the field of victim services for over 35 years. I've lived in major cities, New York, New Jersey, Albuquerque, New Mexico. I somehow got into a lot of the news when I moved around, in Washington, DC now, and we'll be moving to New Orleans shortly. As you may have noticed in my titles, I'm just recently retired from ATF, and I have seen major crimes, and this is exactly where we've seen a major form of intimidation, tampering with witnesses. It has actually derailed over 30% of criminal cases involving shootings, and over 90% of documented homicide cases were affected by intimidation. These cases did not go to trial. These cases did not get the justice that they were needed. And that's where we've seen a large part of this. Prior to coming into government, prior to working with ATF, I was a former director of sexual assault programs and domestic violence programs throughout the country, as I said, in New York and New Jersey and New Mexico. I have experience working with violence against women and working with major crimes, as well as working on both sides of law enforcement. And I have been able to bridge a gap between the social services and the law enforcement, having them understand the needs from both sides. So I will be presenting to you a perspective from a social service perspective, but an understanding of where law enforcement does play a major role and can actually make some changes with regard to witness intimidation and victim intimidation. Please feel free to ask any questions as I'm going along. I will try and get through this quickly, but with a lot of information. I know it's been a very long day. And one of the things I also want to make sure is I know that we're going to be repeating some things. I know each of us do because we bring it up in different perspectives, but I also know as adults, we all need to hear things a couple of times and in different contexts. So I do apologize if some things are being repeated from our previous speakers, but I'm hoping that we will hear it in different contexts and it can take it away and use it for your communities. There are two forms of intimidation. One is case specific, as you understand, and as you probably know, is that is where we have a specific victim and law enforcement is dealing with a particular person in a particular case. Community-wide intimidation tends to create an environment of fear within the community. We see this a lot in gang-ridden communities. Again, back to our inner cities, places like Baltimore have seen high crimes of gang violence and whole communities fearing and refusing to come forward to talk to law enforcement and prosecution. Those are some of the times that we see them not going forward as well, but also whole communities feeling intimidated and not wanting to, as we would say, rock the boat. Or the basic line that a lot of time we'll hear is, don't be a snitch. One of the things is that with witness intimidation, it's defined by anything, and that means anything done with the intent or purpose to prevent or alter a witness's testimony. That comes down to anything of physical, emotional, financial threats or intimidation or bribes or family, following through with families, intimidating them. We see that throughout, especially when we have people from other communities, other countries who may be undocumented, and they fear that they cannot go forward to law enforcement because they would either be deported or family would be killed back home. We see that in whole communities where people are afraid that their family would be threatened or killed because of the fact that they come forward. So we see that in a lot of different ways. In addition, the overt threats of any kind of violence or other harm, it includes implied threats, including emotional manipulation. We see that a lot of times when we talk about domestic violence, as we've heard before, but one of the bigger pieces is also in communities, implied threats of holding back funds, holding back resources, letting people know that they're not going to have new things in their community. That is another implied threats that we do see. The effects of judicial process, as you know, it's very clearly when witnesses don't come forward, we're not going to have a case going forward. When witnesses get killed, we don't have a case going forward. The derailment of cases, people not feeling that they can say anything, that cases are going to actually be stopped. And we see that quite often, that we have to dismiss cases, we have to dismiss whole investigations or continue for years and never being able to solve anything. The derailment of the judicial system is a major factor what happens with intimidation, and that is the intent of the intimidation, is to stop it, is to stop the case going forward at all. We also see the factor of increased distrust of the law enforcement judicial process. And this is important because one of the things that we try and do working with communities, and I know in working in Project Safe Neighborhoods, we're trying to change that process. We're trying to change that cycle. And one of the pieces that we're trying to do with this, with regard to what is intimidation and assisting and providing some resources that I'll be getting into, is to try and change that process. And one of the ways is for people in the community to see that law enforcement, those people in blue, the people who are coming forward to take that information, the prosecutors, that these people are going to be making a change, going to be making a difference, and that they're going to do something different than what the person before them didn't do. The idea of actually doing something with the case and not having it end and not having those criminals continue to disrupt the community will make a change, will stop the process, will change the cycle, and also will change the cycle for a lot of children. And that is a major part that we need to talk about, and I will be talking about in a few moments, is the children who witness this. So as you know, means of intimidation is direct or indirect. Indirect intimidation can be implied, unspoken, hidden, looks behind the scenes, people just holding back things. But direct can be very physical, nonverbal communication threats, emotional manipulation, social media. And that's a big one that we do see quite often. Threats on social media, people's pictures being put out there as snitches, contracts being put out on someone. You know, that is the process that you'll see a lot of direct manipulation. And of course, the community pressure, people from within the community, from within apartment buildings, within the block, pressuring people not to go forward, not to talk, not to respond to law enforcement, people locking themselves behind closed doors. We see that quite often, people not answering the door, not talking with anyone. And as you know, methods of intimidation, as everyone has talked about, is physical violence, verbal, nonverbal, emotional manipulation, as I said, with social media. And as I said, the communal pressures, the community. But one of the things I want to talk about a lot, and I'd like to focus a little bit more on, is the community violence and the exposure to violence between unrelated individuals who may or may not know each other, may be more likely outside of the home. Examples of community violence include riots, sniper attacks, gang wars. We see that a lot in our inner cities, the drive-by shootings with regard to again, the gang wars, the bullying, but mostly we're seeing other gangs coming into one community and basically frightening and basically causing other community members not to come forward. No one's talking about the shooter. No one's talking about who shot from the cars, from the street, and killed the 2-year-old child inside the house. Well, we're talking about, workplace assaults, terrorist attacks, torture, bombings, war, ethnic cleansing. And I know this is not going on in our communities, but it's important to know that that is all still part of community violence. And the other piece is ongoing sexual, physical, or emotional abuse. And that can go on in communities or even sometimes in homes, children watching that within their house. And we talked about that domestic violence, but also in the community itself. There is a rampant of one gang forcing, just so we saw in wars, of basically using women as the means to get back at one side or another, and raping and abusing them. And that's what we see sometimes in our gang environments as well. So we need to be aware of how that is being brought into the community. Community intimidation, as we talked about, is public acts of violence. And sometimes they're very, very clear, very overt. We know that they are going on right in front of the children, the community. So it's not that we are wondering where is it coming from or wondering if it's happening at all. But what's clear is the no snitching mindset. And as I said, we've seen this a lot on the social medias. A picture is posted saying they're a snitch, and now there is a contract placed on them. And as I said, Richard, please feel free to interrupt any questions that may come up. I have no problem actually addressing any of those that may come up at this time. So some of the things is that, so why does this really happen? Why are we seeing this a lot in the communities? Is that the loyalties to one's gang or to one's own neighborhood can continue. One can feel that they are more loyal to a gang than they are to their own family sometimes. We've had situations where, we had a family involved in a gang, one of the basic motorcycle gangs, and one mother was basically involved with one of the higher ups in the motorcycle gang. Her daughter actually turned and gave evidence against the gang. And what happened was that the mother threw the daughter out of the home, put a contract out on her for snitching and providing law enforcement information against her provider, her financial means. And she felt that her daughter was betraying her and the gang and the funds that were coming in. So instead of protecting her daughter and saying that she was going to protect her and keep her safe, she threw her out and put her out there with the contract on her. So we have this sense of loyalty, the sense of, I have to defend this part and these people over here because they're providing me a means of fundings, a shelter. It's also a sense of the brainwashing in a lot of ways. We see this a lot in jails. We see this a lot with our terrorists. We see this when we have people who have been kidnapped and have been with their kidnappers for a long time. So we do see this kind of mentality taking place. Some of the consequences that we have, the effects, the identification, the best practices addressing is actually increased and continued community violence. So the more we do not respond to it, the more we do not have witnesses coming forward, the more we have this increasing. The more we see that the gang or the abusers or the criminals feel that they can, and they're sort of given that sense of right to continue the violence and to continue manipulating and holding down the community. Witness intimidation, as we talked about, voices are suppressed. People do not come forward. They don't speak out. They don't move forward in creating positive things in the community. They don't come forward not only for law enforcement, but also the enrichment of things that could be there. There's a sense of isolation. People lock themselves behind doors. They don't come out. They don't talk to each other. And we do see immense trauma to the point of PTSD. We talk about PTSD with regard to sexual assault victims, in regard to basically soldiers and wars, but also when people are constantly in a sense of violence, which is the same things that we see with war. You're constantly hearing, you're constantly seeing, you're constantly being terrorized and feared, this is where you're going to move forward with a PTSD effect. You're going to constantly fear that you can't go outside, you can't be with others, you can't talk to people, and you fear that you're going to continuously have that emotional trauma. That is the same things that we see with our soldiers. We're seeing this in our violent communities. So I'm going to do a little quick case study and talk about how what's going on in the communities can move forward. We can create some changes. And some of the changes will take place and need to take place with a team efforts, which I will be talking about, because that is how, and everybody's talked about that all day today, is that how we need to bring in victim service people, we need to bring in community providers. And I want to talk a little bit about how it has worked and how it has made a difference, and how everything that you've heard today can be utilized in your own communities. So this is actually what Camden, New Jersey looked like back in 2012. This is an actual picture of there, almost a war zone. The community was living in fear. People would not come out of their homes. People would not venture out. When we were working out there at ATF, one of my agents that I worked with told me a story about an elderly gentleman who he met sitting on his stoop in the broad daylight. And our agent, who was in plain clothes, just basically walking around, and asked him what's going on and what he sees in the community. The elderly gentleman said, nothing you can do here is going to make a difference, because nothing can change. And everybody talked about how they are going to stay in their homes, and how mothers would not even let their children come out in daylight, let alone in the dark, to go and play on the streets. So the deterioration of the city was intense. People just never came outside. There was fear. There was apathy from both the residents as well as from the law enforcement, because everyone felt that nothing can make a difference. It just kept continuously decaying and kept going downward. During that time, we saw that in violent communities we saw that in January 1st and March 31st, if you look at the scales here, back in 2012, Camden, New Jersey was rated by the FBI as the most violent community. It was #1 on the top hit parade. It actually was the total homicides and rapes. It outnumbered that of the mean of what was going on in New Jersey as a whole. So the population of 77,665, there was back then, the murder rate was over, as you see down below, the murder rate was over 44, where then started going down in 2013 and 2014. And you started seeing some change from 2012 going down, increasingly numbers going down. This did not happen as a fluke. This did not happen as a one-time event. One of the other things back in 2012 was actually the data of the high school rates and the number of students actually going to high school, graduating high school and going to college. Down from 2012 in Camden high school students, there was just about 49% rate of graduation. Whereas in 2018, the graduation rate went up to 65.9%. Crime declined. Students and youth was actually working. They were actually going to school, and they were staying in school. Several factors were a cause of this. One thing the most important thing was actually working a lot with federal and local community law enforcement as well as services. One of the things that took place, one of the major parts, was actually 2012, mostly 2013, the city police department was dissolved. They completely dissolved the city police department, and they set up a Camden County Police Department. What that meant, the county actually had responsibility, and law enforcement changed. How they started moving their work was more community directed. They started working with the community, started developing youth programs. They actually started working with individual persons. Attention to educational systems started being increased. The community at large was now focusing on their needs in there. They were actually talking to each other. And this took both law enforcement, community leaders, as well as federal law enforcement to work together to bring everybody together. There is a community involvement that actually made a rapid change in what's going on. One of the changes also was the police. As I said earlier, there was a lot of apathy prior to 2012. Police response back then took over an hour for a policeman to respond. Part of that was fears, part of that was apathy, part of that was the sense of lack of law enforcement at times because they kept leaving, they kept deteriorating. By 2014, 2015, the response rate went to 4.4 minutes. There was a big difference. So that also showed the community that law enforcement cared. And again, that's the cycle we have to keep showing, is that there is a connection, that there's going to be a connection of what we care about, what's going on there. We all hear those terms from our parents, from our grandparents, from everywhere. You got to basically put your money where your mouth is. You have to basically step forward, and whatever you say, you need to do. That's exactly what we had to show here. And that's exactly what's happened in Camden. And that's exactly what we're talking about in working in team efforts and moving forward and changing the communities. One of the pieces is making sure the community feels trust and feels they're going to be heard and feels that what they say is going to make a difference. Without that, we have people feeling that they're going to be stranded and they're by themselves. They're not going to feel safe. If I don't feel that law enforcement's going to help me when they come and threaten me, how can I come forward and give you information? So making the change, meeting the challenge takes a team. And that's the bottom line. No one agency, no one program, no one service can do it by themselves. Law enforcement, prosecutor's office, victim advocates, victim service communities, community services, youth programs, day centers, schools, churches, and community members and leaders. You have to bring them all together. Not one can work on their own. So some of the strategies, joint investigations, that's what took place there. That's what we showed in Camden. We had joint investigations, federal and local working together. One of the things I would always say to people when I work with ATF is that the mantra at ATF is that we work with our communities. We are a team. And that's part of how it operates here. I'm sorry about that. My lights went out. I'm sorry. One of the things that we always see here is the fact that, not one agency, not one law enforcement program can be on their own. They all have to be working together. And sometimes cases will go federal, sometimes they'll go state. ATF has always worked with their local law enforcement, even if they're quote unquote just assisting and getting a case forward. Team development, one of the strategies is developing the team, which I'll talk a little bit about in a few minutes. Family justice centers, those communities that have those, that is, and those who don't know what that is where you bring all the resources to one place, one large area, building, room, however, that includes law enforcement, the ability to get a restraining order, ability to apply for disabilities, for Social Security, for SSIs, for anything else that you may need, some insurances and childcare, everything in one community, so that people don't have to be running through whole cities and traveling around and having to expend expenses on mass transportation. And it makes it so that everybody's working together as well, that not one is having to, not everyone understands when someone comes in there for a restraining order, they understand all the pieces of it. You don't have to say the story 7 times, it all is one place. Victim witness assistance programs. It is essential to make sure that you have a victim witness assistance programs working with your law enforcement with regard to witness intimidation, victim intimidation. You can't move somebody forward. You can't take somebody and find them new locations, new services, new housing that without the victim services provided. You can't work on the needs, the emotional, financial, psychological needs that someone has without those pieces there. Education as well. And I'm talking about education of your youth as well as your stakeholders, your members of your team. Training, of course, is involved. Everyone needs to be trained and needs to be unified trained. Community member support. Again, we cannot work in a vacuum. Everyone has to be working together. Collaboration is essential in doing any of these pieces of this. So collaboration, and I'm going to give you a quick little synopsis of what those are: networking, exchanging information for mutual benefit, coordination, exchanging that information again to achieve a common purpose. This is important. Everyone has to be working on a common goal. Whatever the goals are, whatever your definitions are, whatever you determine is going to be the goal for your community, for your team, everyone has to have a buy-in into it. Cooperation, you all have to be working to achieve the common purpose and basically moving and altering the actions that's going on right there to achieve it. So you have to work together. Nobody can work on their own, and that means sharing your resources. That's collaboration and enhancement of capacity. No one should be working in silence. Everyone needs to be sharing that information. There's always been, a long time ago, nonprofits had a sense that they're not going to share information with another nonprofit in their community because they're going to get those fundings and grants. We need to be working together. All of those nonprofits, law enforcement services need to work together and share those funds, but also share the resources so that they can grow and better the community. So one of the things is in community advocacy, agencies informally exchange information. You hire staff to work specifically to do this outreach, to work with the community members. You have agencies that have advocates and host participate cross trainings. Cross training is essential. One of the things that's vital is actually making sure law enforcement and victim services both have that knowledge. I agree with our previous speakers when we say no, advocates are not going to be the ones going out there on their own, and they should not be doing the law enforcement side, but they have to have that knowledge. They have to have the understanding of what law enforcement is doing, some knowledge of those laws, some knowledge of what's right, what's wrong, because they can't be put in a position of saying or doing or not contacting law enforcement in the wrong times. Have to have that same knowledge. And again, the same thing on the other side. We don't want law enforcement personnel doing the social services and doing all those pieces, but they have to have that knowledge of it, have to have a knowledge of what's available, what it means, and how to address someone, and actually know when to call in our resources for that. So we need to make sure our law enforcement has the resources, means to get the mental health, the social services for the community, for the members of the community. Okay. Any questions so far? I'm sorry if I'm rushing through this a little bit. I know it's been a very long day and I'm trying to make sure everybody gets a lot of information, but also gets a lot of pieces to take out of here. Okay. Identifying, determining the need. You need to first identify the community violence and issues that you have there. You can't decide to have a team, you can't decide to have a community effort without knowing what you have to address. What kind of crimes do you have? What kinds of issues do you have in the community? Who are your victims? Your primary and secondary. And I mean by that is primary is the person who has been shot or has been attacked or had been robbed. Secondary is the community who is being affected by it. So if you had an arson case, a little simpler way to see it, the church, community church gets burnt down. Your primary victim is the church, the people who actually own the building, who ever paid the rent. But then your secondary as well are your parishioners, because they put money towards the church. They put money towards going there. It's also their house of worship. Then you also may have a daycare center that's part of there. Then also, because the church is gone, some of your secondary piece and victims might be the building next door, where it might have been a grocery store, might have been the restaurant, may have catered to the church. So those are some of the means of looking at your whole picture of who is being affected by this crime, by what's going on in your community. What are the needs of your community? What are they looking for? Where is the gaps? What's missing there? Where do you have to get some additional resources? Those are some things that need to be looked at. And cause and effect. What started where? Which came first, the chicken or the egg kind of thing, but what crimes are going on? What's the cause and effect? What are these crimes? What are these issues causing and doing to the community? So as we talk about evaluate your community as well, when you're looking at thinking about who should be part of your team and who should be part of doing the work, you need to evaluate the demographics, the population. What are the languages? What's the primary languages being spoken in your community? If you're looking at a community that's predominantly Spanish speaking, you don't want to have only service providers who do not speak Spanish. You need to make sure that you have that means and ability. enough translators, enough people to work with whoever is going to be communicating with the community people. The age ranges. Do you have a lot of youth? Do you have a lot of elderly? You want to know that because that's going to be different resources you're going to need. Culture. What's the ethnic makeup? You know, that makes a big difference too. The LGBTQ community, what is going on there? Is it hidden? Is it people needing to have resources? Are there no resources and they have a large community for this? Religious affiliations, houses of worship. How much are they involved? Do you have any houses of worship in the community? And how are they involved or not involved? And sometimes that can be your main base of pulling people in, because we do realize that the houses of worship do bring in a lot of the community members, especially the elderly, especially the families. And a lot of times in a lot of ethnic groups, that brings in a lot of resources for people as well. The economic breakdown. Do you have a middle, lower, upper finances? Where do you have that? Do you have a mixture? Sometimes that can make some differences too, because that can also affect some things like the unemployment levels or the employment levels, the education levels, the mobility means. Do people have a means to private, transportation? Do they only use public transportation? This is important when you're figuring out to have community events. Are you going to have events that are way away from public transportation? You can have them near that. Do you have to find places where people can find parking? Those are some of the things you need to look at, types of crime and frequency. And I say this over again because it's important. It plays a role in every single piece of this. The types of crime is also going to be different in each community. One of the things I learned when I came to ATF, I've worked in various cities, as I said, and every city and every state has its own predominant crime. Working for ATF, I was working nationally and internationally with crimes in different communities. And I saw the difference of every single city, every single state, what was their predominant crimes. We had one state that had a high increase of carjackings, where another state we had the high increase of arson cases, and so on. So each state, each community has their type, quote unquote, type of crime, type of situations going on there. And you need to understand that when you're establishing your team. Establish the team to identify existing resources and gaps in community, as I said. Identify roles and responsibilities. People need to know what their role is. We don't want to overlap, but you need to know what your responsibilities are as opposed to the person sitting next to you. And that goes for each law enforcement personnel and each social service personnel. We need to know what the roles are, what the responsibilities are in creating and establishing this team and moving forward in the community, and how each person is going to, each group, each person, each agency is going to work towards developing a positive community and work towards lowering and understanding and addressing witness intimidation in their communities. Have similar core values. This is important. We can't have people in the team who are going to be coming from the left perspective when you're having everybody that's going to the right perspective, and vice versa. And not even talking political perspectives there, I'm talking about just directions, that basically everyone has to be the same course, the same plane, the same area. Multidisciplinary planning committee. This is important. You don't want to have only one thought process. You need, as I said, you have the law enforcement, the social services. They have different perspectives, they have different needs, responsibilities, and they see things a little differently. So you need to have both of those put there. Identify everybody's roles and responsibilities, as I said. Develop victim assistance support protocols. This is essential. Without this, you're going to have a vacant piece of your work. You're going to not be able to address the needs of your witness intimidation and the people in the community. You're still going to be stuck with a place where no one's going to come forward, because people are not going to feel that they're going to be supported. They're not going to feel like they're going to be safe. They're not going to feel like they can make a difference. Communication and referral protocol. This is important because of the fact that everybody needs to know who to go to for what resources. And everybody needs to be talking to each other. Not one person, not one group, not one agency can hold all of the pieces to themselves and basically hold on to all that information. It has to be shared, has to be basically put out to everybody else. Funding assistance procedures and disbursement. What that means is any kind of fundings that might be available for the community, for witness intimidation, for housings, for food, anything else. It needs to be talked about and everybody understanding how it's going to be used. And I do recommend, in a lot of programs, a lot of communities do develop the MOUs, MOAs. This keeps everybody on the same track and the same course. And I know in PSN, a lot of communities do have this. I do have resources of that. And I know if people have questions with that, they can reach out to me afterwards and I can get you some information on that as well. And these are just some list of potential partners, and it can go on for a lot more. But, you know, looking at the local, state, tribal communities, law enforcement, child welfare systems, juvenile justice systems, of course, child advocacy systems, all of those pieces need to be involved. Rape crisis centers, domestic violence shelters. This is a safe haven for a lot of people, and they need to be part of the program here as well, and part of your team. Civil legal services, you know, we need to make sure that attorneys are available for both sides. You know, you have to make sure that even though the perpetrators are there and they're doing the violence, we have to make sure that there is some course that you can make some rehabilitation. We don't want to just say we're going to discard someone or something or any community or any member of the community. That's going to be part of it. Immigrant services and immigration services, that is important because you're going to have those people, especially if you have a lot of people front in your community from other regions, other areas. And if you have non-documented workers there, non-documented people, you need to make sure that they're going to feel safe, that they can come out and talk to you. And that's another place where people aren't going to feel safe with that. Of course, the court process, human trafficking services, hospitals and urgent cares and schools, things in the schools, counselors and teachers can be a very, very important for working with you. A lot of these local community programs, you know, the Kiwanis clubs and faith-based organizations, as I said, and any of the business leaders need to be involved because they need to feel they're going to be respected as well and they're going to be supported. So what we've been talking about is community work and basically working with community violence and intimidation. So what's important to understand is all of your vulnerable witnesses, and that's why they're not coming forward. So who are they? Your vulnerable witnesses are just about everyone in your community. We talked about victims of domestic violence. We talked about human trafficking victims, illegal immigrants. We're talking about victims of any kind of crime, people who are living in households with a perpetrator, witnesses residing in the same neighborhoods. Those are your witnesses, but these are also your potentially vulnerable witnesses as well. So what happens is you have a witness, vulnerable witness, a witness at all, they're intimidated, they now become your victim. It just funnels right down. This is your victim. And now you're needing to deal with that witness as a victim. You know, you might need that witness to be part of your case. You might need them to be part of making a change in your community. But now they are your victim and they need to actually be able to get those services. And now you need to respond to them as that. And what that means is giving them some other kinds of resources, not just taking a testimony, not just taking down their information of what they heard, what they saw, but now you need to make sure that you're identifying them as victims and that you're going to address their needs as victims. That means predominantly keeping them safe. That means also looking at the community to make sure that they feel comfortable either in that community or someplace else, making sure that the families of the homicide victims have justice, but also that they have a voice, that they actually get told what's going on. And children are the highest number, the easiest to feel intimidated, threatened. They are the ones who are going to feel that they can't come forward, but they're also going to want to feel the most trauma from the crimes, from the situations. They're going to be the ones who are going to be pulled into gang activities as well as feeling like they can't say no. They're going to be the ones who are going to be treated as second and ignored while they're going to be giving you the most information and they're going to be the most traumatized. And they're the ones who need sometimes the most care and understanding from the community, from the workers, from law enforcement, from victim services. We can't ignore them. We have to address it. So one of the things also is that we have a lot of times, we're talking a lot about domestic violence victims. One of our other predominantly potential threatened and high level victims that we see, and I saw a lot here at ATF, was domestic violence victims. While a domestic violence victim is not quote unquote a federal victim because of domestic violence, what we have a lot and we've seen a lot is a lot of our domestic violence victims who came forward and provided testimony on their perpetrator in regard to federal crimes, federal cases. And at one time, I had a case where a domestic violence victim provided testimony to one of our law enforcement officers, to one of our agents, in regard to her perpetrator having and being involved in gun trafficking. The abuser then learned through other means that this particular victim was the one who turned him in and provided information to law enforcement. The biggest issue was that he then also learned that this victim was the one who is now on the run. What happens is that we see that he had a close relationship, of course. He knew the power and control of how to threaten, how to control her, how to make sure that she was undermined him. He also had the knowledge of her support systems. And this is what we see a lot in domestic violence cases. This victim now became our witness, now became, again, our victim now because of the fact of the intimidation and the threats. Unfortunately, in this particular case, what happened was that our law enforcement officers did not notify and involve our victim service program. What happened was that, as we see many times, a domestic violence victim is going to go to their resources and their old resources. And that's what happened here. And she went back home to her mother's home in another state. The perpetrator, the abuser, knew this where the mother lived and followed her right there, and then captured her, beat her, raped her, and threw out of the car. At this point, victim services was now involved. Unfortunately, she had to be harmed, but we took care of making sure she was not harmed again, and we made sure that she kept safe. This is one of the resources that we need to make sure we bring in victim services and assistance in the very beginning. Don't wait until there's more danger, there's more threats, there's more endangerment of anyone's life or safety. One of the other things we see a lot at ATF, we saw a lot of domestic violence victims who were threatened when their abuser was put in jail, again, for federal crimes of gun trafficking and drug trafficking, but from jail. We had several cases where the abuser was setting up a murder for hire contract against their domestic violence victim. Again, we could talk about the fact that they knew their intimate relationship, they knew all their support systems, they knew their schedule, they knew all of those things. So they were able to set up those contracts. Be aware that when your victims have an intimate relationship with the abuser, with the criminal, there are more potentials for them to be threatened, intimidated, and being killed or harmed. So you need to be aware of those pieces as well. Any questions so far? Okay. So one of the final steps after threats and intimidation is retaliation. I talked about that today too. Why do abusers, why do criminals do retaliation? One of the biggest pieces is it's the final. It is the final step in intimidation. It is. It's the final piece of control of abuse. It is the award. It's the power driven. It is the attention, sustainment. It is the final piece. What it also is for the criminals to say to other people in the community, to other potential witnesses, you see what I did, you don't want to be that. And it's actually their place that they can say and show that they mean it. So this is where we want to make sure we keep from getting to the retaliation, to the final step, to that place where they're going to be the making their final award statements in the final piece. So trauma-informed care, its approaches, basically, we talked about that a lot today as well. And it's important to remember that when you're dealing with your victims, you're dealing with your witnesses, this is essential to know how to make sure they stay safe, how to make sure they're giving them trust. They need to trust you as law enforcement, as the people coming in there. You need to make sure we have resources, again, victim support and counseling. And again, no one agency can do all this on their own. No one person can do this on their own. So we need to make sure we're working in the full community to make sure people are staying safe. When we're talking about crime victims, it is critical that we talk about the fact that victims experience a variety of physical, psychological, and social needs, such as to be classified under the 7 critical needs of a crime victim: safety, support, information, access, continuity, voice, and justice. These are the things that every victim, every witness needs to have. It's essential that we provide this because of the fact that we need to make sure that they're receiving the safety and protection from their perpetrators, the assistance in avoiding retaliation, re-victimization. We need to make sure that they have assistance and support to make sure that they're going to be able to participate in the criminal justice process. They need to make sure they have information of the criminal justice process and their victims' rights. Every state has a victims' rights process, and the federal law enforcement has the victims' rights as well. Federal's different rights and responsibilities than some states, so we actually should be working together with that. Access to and ability to participate in the justice system. They need to be able to do that. And you're going to have to provide those means, sometimes even driving them, sometimes giving them, money for a cab or refunds or whatever, resources for that. Continuity. It is important that they have consistency through everything that goes on. They have to make sure that when you say to them, they're going to have, that lollipop when this is done, you have to do that. When you say to them, they're going to get that money for the taxi, it has to be done, but it has to be done each time. You can't just tell somebody you get it one time and then take it back again. You have to have the consistency, but also the consistency in giving them services. Also the consistency in being there. We have to be there. You can't show up today and not be there tomorrow. We have to be there the whole time. The voice, they have to be able to speak out and provide their voice and give them that opportunity to have a voice in the process, in the criminal justice process. And again, justice. And justice means something different to a lot of people. And sometimes people think that by going to justice process, they're going to feel together, they're going to feel whole, and everything's going to feel better for them. That doesn't always work that way. We know that. So we need to make sure that people are getting that kind of support and information. So one of the things I want to talk a little about is actually some kind of case examples. I'm sorry, I went too far back. Oops. Case example. Sorry about that. One of the things is that we have a lot of times, sometimes our victims and our intimidated witnesses are not always going to be the non-criminal. So a lot of times our witnesses, our victims are sometimes victims or criminals themselves in other cases, in other situations, in other kinds of means. So I had a particular case where I had members of two rival gangs, and two of these, actually three gentlemen who were under the age of 18 were kidnapped, tortured. Two of them were forced to watch the third member of their gang being shot and killed in front of them. The other two members were actually brutally beaten, sodomized, and by the point where they were actually placed in the hospital. This particular case, the victims in this case had a criminal background, had a criminal history, but they were not potentially criminals in that particular case. They were the victims in this case. They were not actually responsible for what happened to them. They didn't do anything to do that other than being part of another gang. In this particular case, our agents were able to interview these victims in the hospital, and we actually met with them, figured out what they needed. These victims were traumatized, of course, not only watching their friend being killed in front of them, but also themselves being beaten, tortured, and sodomized, and they had to now talk to police. They did not want to, they were not comfortable. Of course, they had their own histories of dealing with law enforcement. What happened was that in this particular case, the law enforcement officers, our agents, contacted the victim services, and we were able to work with these victims directly. We actually met with them. We actually provided them some resources. We also were able to get them into counseling and pay for the counseling for these young gentlemen. That helped with their trauma. What that aided them to do is to be able to go to court and testify. Without that, they never would have been able to go to court. They never would have felt whole to be able to do that. At the end of the trial, one of the mothers came up to our officers and said, one of our agents, and said that they thanked us for providing the counseling and providing the support services. And what this mother said was that it showed her son that law enforcement gave a damn about him and not just the case. We cared about him, we cared about the case, we cared about both, but we knew that this was not going to happen and this case was not going to go forward unless these victims were able to feel whole and feel that they could feel safe to go forward and to be able to testify and to feel that they could trust law enforcement to help them with this. So one of the things is that victim services can help with relocation, financial assistance, victims compensation. And every state has some type of crime victims compensation, but every state has its own guidelines. So I know a lot of you are working in different states and internationally. So some of these things may or may not be available. You have to see what's going on in your own community. Civil legal assistance, who can help them with that. Substance abuse treatment, counseling services, job referrals. Restraining orders are very important. And relocation, we work a lot with relocation and helping to relocate our victims, our witnesses, sometimes out of state. When you have to do that, we can provide a lot of short-term hotels, family sometimes send them to substance abuse treatment facilities. We've had to use that and it's helped an awful lot. And keeping persons safe that way, as well as getting them to a place where they could testify and they could provide information. One of the other things is long-term permanent relocation. Section 8, I know most times in most states you have to work with the prosecutor's office, as we have to do with the federal. And these are hard to get, HUD Section 8 transfers, but once you do, it really helps a lot and people feel a bit safer. The Marshals Program, again, working with the federal, working with the prosecutor's office, that is something as a permanent, but always be careful, be very wary about that, because if someone has a child from another person who's not living with them at the time and they're not being moved with them, then they're not going to be able to basically stay away, not be able to see that child again. When relocating, determine the gang affiliation in the area that you're going to move them to. If you're talking about a gang affiliation that's going to still be there, it's not going to be a safe place. If you can, one, vet the hotels, but also try and use fictitious names, try and have a third party book and pay for it. Don't repeatedly use the same hotels. It's really important because the hotels get used to, the staff gets used to you sending them people there. They're going to start sending out information. And what happens is the criminals know that they're going to be there, so they start watching those hotels. Have witness sign security and property agreement with you, not just with the hotel, but with you. We call it the relocation agreement. Basically, they would be put down what they're responsible for, that they know that they're responsible for anything over and above their hotel room, any kind of, room services, or, they destroy things. But also if they start going on social media and start telling people where they are and start showing pictures of where they are, we need to make sure that they have that information, that they know that they're putting themselves at risk and we cannot be responsible for that. When you bring people there to the hotels, don't wear uniforms, don't show badges, those kinds of things, of course. And further away, the better, of course. And when relocation is not an option, sometimes it's not feasible, too many people, not funds, whatever, or the person just doesn't want to. Things like home security systems, new locks and cameras and alarm systems can be helpful. Addition, police patrol, that's when you want to have them outside, of course. Have witnesses alter their daily routines. We know that we don't want them in the same place, the same location, the same routine every day. We talked about that earlier. Heard some of our speakers talk about that. You're putting yourself in a means of basically being in violence and basically not having your safety because people know where you are and where you're going. Basically also educate your witness, educate your victim in things regarding safety planning. Make sure that they have their papers and things all set up. Make sure that they have a suitcase there. Make sure they know what to say, how to call police, how to call law enforcement of any kind to get and report anything. Make sure that they have pressure and evidence to have attempted contacts. So like pictures or say, get some descriptions. Show them how and why they need to delete their social medias and their GPS on their phones. People can track them. They put on their social media, people can track you through that. Make sure you explain that to them and show them how to and why it's important. Tell them how to log attempts by the defendant to contact them on their phones, on their media. We know when people start making phone calls and start saying who they are and not even knowing who they are, and we start letting people know that that's their phone, that's their new phone numbers. Use things like disposable phones. Sometimes it helps a lot to get rid of them having on social media and having that connection with those numbers. How to communicate with law enforcement, as I said, and basically the judicial process and major events. Make sure that people understand, your victims and witnesses know what the next event, what the next pieces of the judicial process are going to be. More information the better they are. More information is empowerment, and they have more knowledge it's much better for them to feel that they're going to feel safe. And they're going to know that you're giving them that information. They don't have to worry about somebody coming and telling them things that's not real. Emergency victim funds, of course, can be available in some federal resources. Again, if you're working with a federal agency, a lot of the agencies like ATF, FBI, DEA have emergency funds that you can work with. U.S. Attorney's Office Emergency Witness Assistance Program. Again, they call it EWAP. Basically, that's through the U.S. Attorney's Office. They have federal funds for witness protection, for federal crimes, for federal witnesses. And as I said before, state victims compensation. Every state has one, and it works with both state and federal crimes. They provide funds and assistance to both state and federal victims, but you need to know what they do allow and they don't allow. And all of them have a website, so you can go on there and see what they do allow, and everyone is different. It's basically decided by a committee in each state. In summary, I want to make sure we understand that one of the first things you need to do with regard to witness intimidation and protection is being proactive, not reactive. Understanding that this is going on, seeing it, knowing it, and trying to respond to it to start. Public safety efforts, bringing out information, talking to your community, making the efforts beforehand, and actually trying to set up to get the support and respect as well as trust of the community. Having victim services set up, having them available, knowing what you have in your community, knowing where your gaps are and where you may need to reach outside. Offender accountability. This is important when we're talking about witness intimidation. You need to know where the offenders are, who's doing what, and making sure community as well as offenders know that they're going to be held accountable to what's going on there. And a team effort. Bottom line, no one can do this alone. No agency can do it alone. It has to be a team effort where you have to work together and on the same path in the same direction. So I think that is my conclusion for today. That is basically my contacts, but I'm open to any kinds of questions or any kinds of inquiries or responses. Please feel free to ask anything you may have. I got you done a little bit faster so that you can actually get to dinner earlier tonight.
Darling, we do have quite a few questions for you, so they might not get to dinner too early, but they'll get there early enough. One question is, do you know the sentence of those gang members who committed that crime? I'm referring to one of the case studies, I'm assuming. Do you know how the victims were doing after the case was closed? Did they remain in the gang?
No, they didn't actually. Once they basically, because of the resources that we provided them and the services that we did, the victims who were involved in that gang case actually did step away from the gang, and they actually did go on to do more positive work in their communities as well. So we have been involved with them for a long time. Thank you for asking that.
Awesome. Let's make our way through. We have about 7 or so. We're going to see if we can get through all of them. Outside of the U.S. Marshal WIT SEC program, what other types of programs does the federal government have that can help assure safety?
The federal government, if you're involved, if the case has a federal involvement, then each federal agency can actually work with those victims and witnesses. So I can speak for ATF because, as you know, I just recently retired from there. Actually, it's only 2 weeks, so it's very recent. So what it is if we are working a case, ATF is working a case with the state, local law enforcement, and we're doing some investigations. We can help provide some funds for housing, for moving them in relocation, for foods, things of that nature, as well as utilizing the counseling services, the crisis intervention services from each of those agencies. So each agency has some sort of emergency victim funds. And as I said before, our intimidated witnesses become our victims.
Moving along, someone asked if indirect intimidation or threats could be witness tampering.
It is. And indirect, as long as anything that's stopping someone from testifying or providing information to law enforcement, that is witness tampering.
All right, let's see. Okay, here we go. I wonder what you would have to say about supporting victims and witnesses that live in a very small and very isolated community with no systems of support. Then we got a question about this a lot today. I'm just providing services to victims and survivors from rural communities.
Rural communities are quite interesting. And actually, it's interesting you're asking that because back in my time, The reason I was able to retire from ATF is I've been in government. I did my 20 years in government, and prior to coming to ATF, I was working with the Office of Violence Against Women, and I was working rural communities, grant services, and domestic violence and rape programs. And one of the things there we saw is that every community had something, but it wasn't next door. It wasn't in their backyard. So reaching out to those other communities really helped a lot in working with those services. But in regard to police forces and so on, I know that a lot of times there's police forces that are smaller because of the size of the community, but they were able to work with some other kinds of police forces, law enforcement next door to them. But also, again, almost every federal agency has something working in those areas. So even though, as again, I'll say about ATF, even though we may not have a particular office sitting right in your backyard, it is a part of that community and it covers those areas. So they still would be responding to you. And I will be honest with you, what I've seen here is that those small areas where we have a high prevalence of crime, a high prevalence of witness intimidation, especially, we do have offices down there. So I know that sometimes you can reach out to them. If a federal agency is not assisting in a case or is not working a case, even if they're not, they can provide you some resources there as well. So, and if I can tap into, if you want to send me some places that you have, I can help find some resources there as well.
Awesome. Well, it looks like that will wrap things up for today. Everyone has Darlene's email address. And if you're looking for additional support, you guys can always email us at psntta.org as well. We want to thank all of our presenters for today. We want to thank our Project Safe Neighborhoods TTA team. And we are hoping that this was a lot of really good information that you can use in your organizations and in your agencies. Just a couple of more announcements before we wrap things up today. For those who have not already registered, please make sure you do so using the link that I shared via our chat. That way you can get all of our follow-up emails and follow-up information and resources. And I think that's good. And we have an evaluation that you will be prompted to complete when you click the leave button for the Zoom webinar. And we, again, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been long, but awesome presenters, wonderful experience and expertise. And we look forward to seeing you all in the future. Thank you.
Thank you all. I appreciate all your time. Good luck.